right, thanks again. York School Chamber Choir.
What a beautiful rendition. I think we should always get a choir like that to join us for the national anthem. Well done, folks. And what a great way to start the afternoon here at the WeatherTech Raceway that is Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful day here. The fog, as you can see, just has dissipated into the distance, thankfully. And it's a typical Northern California afternoon. Sunshine and fun, and that's what it's all about here. Talking of which, I'm joined by Scott Dernick again. He's always sunshine and fun. And here, coming up, is kind of the reason we're here. Part of the reason we're here is celebrating 75 years of Formula One, and we did this race last year. And Scott, the Mario Andretti Trophy, and again, no introduction needed for Mario, the only American after Phil Hill, or the most recent, but that's 78. It's a long time ago, but we do celebrate what he does, and it's great to still have him. Shall I put it that way?
Absolutely. And talking about a guy who's competed again in all levels of motorsport, everything from sprint cars to dirt track cars to Formula One to Indy cars. He's run Le Mans. I mean, everything, and a family of racers. I mean, they're on the fourth generation. His great-grandchildren are racing. So, endless spirit, endless determination. I had the good pleasure of chatting with Mario last fall when he was here as part of another event. And, I mean, he's still every bit as tough and as determined as he was way back then. So really an honor to have the race named after him. And, boy, you hit the nail on the head. This is perfect weather to drive a Formula One car. The sun's warming up the track, but it's not so hot to cause overheating problems with the engines. The track is in really great shape. It's going to be a great race.
Scott, we've been talking over the day about this amazing circuit, and when everybody, if you say, wherever you are in the world, if you say Laguna Seca, they say, yes, corkscrew. But there's so much more to it than that. Built in 1957. Tell me a little bit about, as we take a look at this track, what makes it special to you. And you don't have to pick out the obvious. It's obvious that the hill, it goes up to the top of the hill and then drops 5 floors down the corkscrew. But it's so much more. Yeah,
I mean, the corkscrew is, in many respects, I know it's a fabulous tradition, but it's somewhat of a gimmicky corner in that, for all the mental effort spent on the corkscrew, it's not the most important corner on the course. The elevation change in this track is fantastic. It's also a really safe track. There's a lot of places where you can push the car and have an off and not destroy the car or kill yourself. This track is so steeped in tradition. Anybody who is anybody raced at Laguna Seca. And, this is hallowed ground among American racing. This track has been here forever. Curiously, the first races here in 1957 were run the other way. They drove up the corkscrew, and the cars of the time had so little horsepower that it was a complete bore. They were so slow coming over the top. So Pete Lovely said, let's try running it the other way. And that's what they did, and the rest is history.
I didn't know that. That's really
the track's gone through a couple evolutions since then. People talk about, the old Laguna Seca and the new Laguna Seca. Fact of the matter is, it is a fabulous track. It is a challenging track. I've driven a couple thousand laps here. Not one of them was any good.
Did you ever drive the original circuit, which went from Andretti to 5?
I did not. I was not fortunate enough to do that. But I have a Can-Am car, and, all the race records from then and everything are that old circuit. So really the only track in America that's left that is still the circuit that it was is Road America. So when you run a lap time at Road America and compare it to Denny Holm, it's actually meaningful.
I'll tell you what I'm interested in this year. Last year we called this very race, and it was Cal Mika in the Tyrrell 009 from 1979 that won it. Cal's been on great form already today, but he has just been thrown a ringer. Jamie Constable has arrived with his Tyrrell and has got the pole position, and I think it's going to be a bit of a doozy between these two, if not several others that could play a part in it. But Constable is well accomplished both here and in Europe.
Jamie's a great driver. Runs in the Master Series, runs in the Le Mans Series, the Searle Series, CERL Series in Europe. And Jamie threw down this morning in the sports racer race. I mean, Cal is really tough in his Lola 298, and Jamie led the first lap till he had some mechanicals. So Jamie is certainly a worthy competitor and a very skilled driver. He's got a great car and a great team that supports it. So this will be a great race to watch. There's a bunch of great cars in this field. There's an ex-Lauda Ferrari driven by Chris McAllister. History gets no better than that.
And a great peddler, too.
That's right, great peddler, too. There's Carlos is driving the M26 McLaren, another really famous car.
Caseta? How do you pronounce it? Caseta?
Caseta, yeah, I pronounce it Caseta. I hope that's correct.
Yeah, I think it is.
John Dimmer in Tyrrell, in that Tyrrell, steeped in history. What a great car, and John's a great competitor. That's the oldest car in the field, 1970, I believe, or 71 Tyrrell. So, really quite a big disparity in the aerodynamics and capabilities of these cars.
Yeah.
That BRM P160 right there on the best day of its life might make 425 horsepower with the BRM P12, whereas these Cosworths are all putting out 475 to 500.
And given that we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, obviously we want to look at the angle of the Americans, and they are about to come in strong. I know Haas have been there, no disrespect to them, but with Cadillac coming in,
they are loaded for bear. I mean, you look at the facility they put together, you look at the energy they're throwing behind this. I think they realize it's put up or shut up time. If they show up in there and also ran, they're going to join the ranks of Toyota and a few other teams that thought they were just going to walk on to Formula One.
Yeah.
But they are really putting the resources into it.
Big effort, though, made particularly for this year to include a Parnelli. People forget that 74 Parnelli was part of Formula One, as was Penske.
And the Penske. Yeah. And the Penske. Yeah, the Parnelli and Penske, both fabulous bits of kit in terms of fabrication.
Why didn't they hang around, especially Penske?
Penske was very pragmatic. He didn't see a way to make money in Formula One. And Roger is...
Start with $1 million, and then you can make $1 million in one.
Brilliant strategist, plenty of teams flailed around just making a small fortune out of a large one. Roger saw where that was going, and I'm certain Mark Donohue's testing had a lot to do with it, too.
When I started watching Formula One, Shadow were part of Formula One, and of course, again, not a long history in Formula One, but an important one.
The Shadow cars, American, they use British engineers. I mean, Britain then as now was the center of all motorsport. Even today, every Formula One team has a base in Britain. And, Shadow was no different, but, you had Don Nichols, who was the P.T. Barnum of Formula One, always the showman, the team clouded in mystery. So let's see this start. This is going to be something to watch.
So Jamie Constable on the right-hand side.
That's right.
In the 99, and on the left-hand side, it's Cal Mika, the winner of this race last year.
Yep.
And away they go then.
Away they go.
Beautiful sound of Formula One here at Laguna Seca. Formula One not part of the scene here in America, but it's lovely to see these cars here in the Mario Andretti Trophy race going into the Andretti corner.
Right. The Formula One group, they stay in grid order through the first three turns, which is very sensible to avoid any first turn mayhem. And then you'll see the racing begin once they exit turn 3.
John Dimmer, you mentioned earlier, just going through there in the number 4.
Yep.
A very storied car, that one I remember growing up very much so.
And John is such a fan. I mean, he's wearing a Tyrrell T-shirt.
Yeah.
He's got Tyrrell stuff. He's probably got Tyrrell underwear. I mean, John is such a fan and great competitor.
I got the opportunity to meet Harvey Possum.
Oh, wow. There's a storied name in Formula One.
Talking about design.
And that's
Adrian Newey.
Dr.
Harvey
Possum.
Possum.
That's right.
But I think he got them punching above their weight.
Absolutely.
No question about it. So away we go.
So Constable is already pulling away.
Yeah.
Already pulling away.
I just was reading about his story in motor racing, and it really is a classic story. Going to 2 years old, he went to Monza. His father was a huge motorsport fan, dragged him to Monza. He says he doesn't remember any of it, but his father was a marshal at Brands Hatch. So he used to drag him to Brands Hatch while he was marshalling. Took him to the 76 Formula One Grand Prix at Silverstone and never looked back.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, once it gets in your blood, it's just like anything else. It's really hard to get out. Now, that March 721 there that's behind the McLaren, he's really punching way above his weight. They were not particularly great cars in period. That car's really nicely put together, really nicely prepared, and he's driving it very well. I mean, he's running behind a world championship car in a car that in period was not very competitive. Similarly, the Arrows that's in front of them both was certainly not a front-running car in period, but it's very well developed and being driven very well. And this class, more than almost any other class that they have here, the power plant parity is indisputable. I mean, there might be 10 or 15 horsepower differences, but these cars are all at minimum weight. They've all got similar horsepower. The aerodynamic capabilities of these cars vary wildly. But, everybody's here. They brought their best weapon, and they're trying to do their best job.
Yeah, it's interesting. I love this group because it really does bring me back to my boyhood days. This is the battle for the lead, and that Michele Alboreto-driven car, which was leading for a second.
Oh, that was that's kind of the canopy line down there through turn 9 really low, but he couldn't quite get it done. This will be interesting under braking here. I was watching Jamie, and he is really strong coming into turn 11. It'd be pretty tough to pass him there. He's carrying good corner speed. And you can see the power plant parity there. These guys are staying right there. Now, of course, the gap grows a little bit because we play in a lapse time game.
Yeah.
So you have a gap of 0.1 second. That's a much bigger gap at 150 at the end of the front straight than it is at 40 coming out of turn 11.
Yeah.
But nobody can complain about a cheater engine in this group.
Well, this car that you're looking at, leading the way with James Constable, the 83 Tyrrell 11, driven by Michele Alboreto at Caesar's Palace, that famous race. So it did take part in the U.S. Grand Prix back in the early 80s.
And what's crazy, Michele Alboreto was a little guy.
Yeah.
He's not big at all. Jamie Constable is a tall, big guy. I mean, he's very fit, but, he's not a small man. And the fact that he's wedged himself into that car and can drive it that well, beat.
And, of course, this was Benetton's first venture into Formula One, long before the days of Flavio, who, of course, made it big and famous with Michael, and the days of Alonso and so on and so forth. But now, of course, back. And
that's right.
Goodness knows what will happen in the future now Flavio's at the helm.
That's right. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how Cal Meeker's going to play this. Cal's a really good driver and a really fierce competitor. So he seemed like he was setting him up to do something there, but then he thought better of it. So
slots back in at 11, and away they go down the main straight.
I suspect Cal's going to have to get within striking distance because Jamie is consistently pulling away here. But
I tell you what, this is a two-man race. They're in the 22.
That's right. Yeah, which is
and here comes the rest
fabulous.
Of the field.
Yeah, but again, Todd Willing? He is really wheeling that March 722. That 721. I have a March myself, and I've driven those cars. It's no M26, I'll tell you that. Todd's really, really getting on well with that car.
Another man who's already won a race this weekend, Nick Griot. Out in that March 76. Watch out for that.
Yep, that's another of the March cars. So, March was kind of the go-to choice for teams back then that weren't constructing their own cars. You could buy a DFV, you could buy a car from March, and away you go. In fact, Penske's first Formula One car was a March that they then improved and adapted and made better than March.
So we're watching a two-way battle.
He's closed up there.
Yeah.
He's closing up. See, he's going to try to go down low again. Can't get it done. Jamie closes the door.
I think I've seen Cal Meeker, that is, drive this car all over America.
Oh, yeah.
And it's got its own historic history, never mind its original history.
Now, in 7th place is Chris Locke. Very historic Lotus. Lotus Type 76, fantastic car. Chris is another great competitor. He's been, there we go. Cal's going to try and get it done. Look at that, almost.
Up the inside
man.
and ready.
So, Jamie did the single apex there.
Going for it again.
He's going to try it here. Oh, no, good. This is a great race. These are two great drivers. Really working it.
Well, if you want to celebrate Formula One, this is the way to do it.
Absolutely.
What a great little battle between these two, and they're seconds ahead.
And I will point out that Nick Griot started last. He's now up to 9th. He's got Martin Lauber in front of him, who's also a really good driver, fierce competitor.
Been around a long time.
Be interesting to see if he's able to dispatch Martin and make a move on Chris Locke.
Saw a quick shot there of Octavio Rincon in the March 821 from 1982.
That car's been around vintage racing a long time. Just belonged to a guy named Chris Bender who drove it with great enthusiasm. Was very fast in the car. And it looks like Mr. Rincon's coming to grips with it. That March there, that John Daly model cars, that's the car that, again, famous in period. They had that sponsorship for just one race on a lark, and it's now living on again.
Jackie Stewart car. He really does look the part, doesn't he? It could be Jackie out.
Oh, yeah.
With the helmet and everything.
John, we've had the pleasure and privilege of having John Delane as a client for a long time running his Tyrrell. And John and Jimmer and John Delane are so crazy about Tyrrell. They bought the Tyrrell transporter and had it pulled out of a river, put it back together. Yeah, it was crazy.
Well, let's have a look at some of the closer moments we just had. Have a look at this one, see what you see. You've been out there, but that was a bit too close for comfort, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
Yeah, he had to pull out of that, didn't he?
Jamie Constable owes him dinner. That was a big gift. Yeah, that was a big gift.
So that's given him the break that he needed, but he'll make that time, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, now Cal's got the bit between his teeth, as if he didn't have it before.
He knew what he was doing, though, didn't he?
He did, yeah, he did. But, you know, the problem is the closing speed is such that even if you're being as situationally aware as one can be, you know, if you're 10 or 12 seconds behind the leaders, they gather up ground pretty quickly.
So that Tyrrell that Cal Mika is driving was first used as research for active suspension. I hadn't realized that.
Yep. Yeah, everyone was playing around with active suspension then. Lotus was trying it. They also had a twin chassis car that they were experimenting with that was outlawed. So active suspension was only in Formula One for a few years, and it was then outlawed.
Mark Smith in 32.
Mark Smith is really going in that Arrows. I mean, it looks like there's this huge gap between he and the leaders, but there's nothing to be ashamed of with his times. He's running a 24, now a 23, quite quick.
Mauro Boldi drove in 1982 for Arrows.
And went on to a great sports car career after that.
Oh, yeah, God. Yeah, I never think of him as a Formula One guy.
Right,
really.
right. You think it was you know, of course, a great partnership with the Momo company for many.
Yeah, and it's interesting, and of course, keeping to period colors and design and stickers and sponsorship. That's why you see the Marlboro, which you don't see anymore.
Absolutely, that's the rule. Now, when we race these in Europe, ironically, tobacco sponsorship.
What do they do?
Well, on our Alpha, we put the barcode for Marlboro instead of Marlboro.
Okay. Yep.
The poor John Player guys, they've got to cover up everything.
They do.
So but it's the European Union. You can't have any tobacco advertising of any kind, even if it's historic.
Looking up to that amazing.
Man, Todd Willing, like I say, right there in between Caseta and Smith. That's he's really got the doesn't have the sharpest knife in the drawer, and he's doing a great job driving it. Yeah.
As you say, Carlos Caseta, here we're looking at him now, and that's doing really well. Currently in 5th place.
Absolutely. Let's hopefully we'll go back to our leaders here and see how that's stacking up.
Yeah, I couldn't find that car when I first arrived here this weekend, but it was hidden right at the back just before they head out on Parc Ferme, and had a look at it. Beautiful car. And there's going to be an exhibition coming up in a minute. See an 86 Williams out there, driven by Takuma Sato. How about that?
That's right. That's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And that Williams FW08 that's out there, again, super historic car. KK Rosberg won the championship in that car. And talk about a simple, workmanlike, elegant design. It was effective. It was simple. It was easy to set up from track to track. And everybody who drove those cars in that era loved them.
Well, this race is one and done on most of the first two, at least. They're way ahead, some 10 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, but that's all right.
Yeah. Distance in order to make something happen there. But Mark Smith is running strong, but he's getting no quarter from the two guys behind him.
No.
I mean, it looks like that's distance, but that's tenths of a second between them. One mistake, and they'd be by him in a heartbeat.
Mark Smith did he's from Sun Valley, Idaho. Been there. What a great place to go skiing. 124.5, so not far off the pace at all. And of course, because there's such a variance of years, different designs, you can't really.
Right, so now lap traffic is going to
Well, we've got caution. We've got a caution, so this is going to help Cal.
Oh man, this is going to help Cal. Now
he's trying to wave him by.
But he's unaware of the caution apparently.
Yeah.
So
at least it gives us a chance to really take a closer look at these cars.
That's
Our
right.
cameramen do a hell of a job trying to keep up with them at 150 miles an hour. But easier at this speed. We can get a closer look.
Yeah, you can see that the later Tyrrell has got a little bit more sophisticated aerodynamics. Yeah, the safety car's picked up the leader now. Is there? There's nobody between. Oh, Cal is licking his chops now.
There he is, right there.
He's going to get another bite at the apple. And
Yeah, there's less than 2 laps to go. So
yeah,
if they go green,
you can rest assured that Cal's going to stick his nose in somewhere.
By the way, we mentioned Chris McAllister. That 76 Ferrari, because I know there's a lot of people who love that 312, is actually chassis number 26. And Nicky Lauda's primary car for most of the 76.
Yeah, that is the championship car. The car is fabulous provenance. I'm a huge Lauda fan. And again, McAllister is so into the history. So into it.
Well, we are going to finish under caution, unfortunately. We just heard from race control. So it's going to be a Constable Mika finish, but I don't mind.
I don't mind, and I don't think they mind either.
No.
They're going to get another chance tomorrow. So,
well, that one replay we showed was where it was one and done.
Yeah.
But yeah. LMGTE and MotoGP.
That's a pretty good neighborhood.
Yeah, that's where that lap time of Jamie Constable puts him at a 121.3. And when you think about that...
In a car that is 30-plus years old.
Yeah, and when you think about that, because MotoGP, really, round the corners, have such an advantage if you think about turn 10 or 11.
Well, but they can't stop like the Formula One cars do,
true.
And the contact patch of the motorcycle is so small relative to its mass. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's really interesting. First you think, oh my God, the motorcycles would just run away with everything. But then you start looking at the physics of it, and of course they have no aerodynamic downforce. No. So
just their bum hanging off.
That's right. That's right. Well, I'm sure Constable's gratified by this finish. He had a frustrating race in his 2-liter car. He jumped out to a lead, but then had a mechanical, and they brought him to the pits, and we were watching. It looked like something had broken in the car, so he was unable to finish the race. But I'm sure he'll be back at it with a vengeance tomorrow with the 2-liter car.
United Cuddles of Benetton.
And this was really their beginning in motorsport.
Yes, it was, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I mean, at that point, most Americans had never even heard of Benetton.
Well, and I'm sure that for an Italian, literally, clothing apparel company to go into Formula One was a big step into the darkness. They probably knew nothing about motorsport.
Yeah, but what people didn't realize is while Benetton had the line of clothing that had their name, they were the largest textile manufacturer in the world. They supplied fabric to everything.
So they had the money to go do it.
So they had the money to go do it, yeah. But I think it even says on the car, our world's largest textile producer. So all kinds of clothes that you bought had Benetton fabric.
Didn't have the brand,
just didn't have the branding. So,
which makes a big difference.
Yeah. Well, I think they figured that out now, didn't they?
Yeah. Well, we're getting some lovely close-up shots now that they're going a little bit slower. We're under caution here, and that's how we're going to finish this. But it's going to be a win for Jamie Constable, the Brit.
That shadow they just showed there, the red and white car. Shadows are normally thought of as black cars.
That's right,
Once UOP wasn't the sponsor anymore, Don Nichols was seeking sponsorship from anyone, and Villiger was a brand of cigars. And their colors were red and white, and that's why that car is red and white now.
Got his autograph back in the 70s. Clay Regazzoni drove that car.
Uh-huh.
I got Peter Revson and Clay Regazzoni on the same day at Brands Hatch.
Oh, that's a good day of sport.
That's not bad, is it? And how about this? And I got Layla Lombardi.
Layla Lombardi drove the March that I have now.
There you go.
There you
go.
I
met her. I was stunned to see her, first of all, a woman.
A woman.
Which is now, thankfully.
Who actually scored half a point. She's the only woman to ever figure in the results of Formula One so far, but I'm sure there'll be one in our future.
Chadwick's going to change all that.
Yep. Yep.
Well, we live in hope because there's some really good talent coming through now.
There's the checkered flag. I know nobody wanted it to finish this way, but that's the way it goes sometimes. It looks like one of the cars had a mechanical, and they had to
a nice bit of sportsmanship by the American and the Brit as Cal Mika claps him home.
Well, Cal is a diehard competitor, and you know, sometimes you just get out front and you stay out front, and that's not nearly as fun as fighting with somebody for the lead.
That's true.
And Jamie is as steady as a rock, and you know, he's a great guy to compete against, and Cal's certainly very accomplished and knows his circuit well. So the two of them would have had fun if the racing continued.
Yeah, and they're going to get a chance to do it all again tomorrow. And I'm sure it'll be just as intense. We've got a beautiful day here in California right now. The afternoon has definitely lit up. Here's the results then from the Group 1 Mario Andretti Trophy, and it's Cal Mika with second place. But Jamie Constable in that Tyrrell 011 takes the win ahead of the 009 of 79. Both Tyrrells. Arrows take third place with Mark Smith. Todd Willing in the March takes fourth. Casada takes fifth place. The McLaren M26 4. And then Matheson Lauber. Martin takes the Shadow. First of the American entries to seventh place. And Richard Griot in the March takes eighth. Dimmer in ninth. And Octavio Rincon in the March 821 from 1982 takes 10th place. My thanks to Scott Durnick for joining us here. Thank you.
My pleasure.
And
Always
feel
fun.
free, and you're very welcome to stay if you've got time, because we're going to have an exhibition coming up of Formula One.
I could probably be persuaded to stay for a few minutes.
There you go. But we've got it literally left, right, and centre. If you're here at the event or thinking of coming tomorrow, but tune in. I know there's a lot of you tuning in from around the world. We have an amazing array of cars that celebrate the 75 years of Formula One. This is just the racing versions. We've got, like I said, an exhibition version, which you'll see in a moment, but we've also got cars here, including an entire history that goes all the way back to 1950 and all the way through, including the famous Gurney Eagle, and you name it. We've even got cars from 2020. We've actually got the show car from Red Bull 2025. And we've got the original, and it's the real car, winner from last year's Constructors' Championship. Lando Norris's car from 24 is here.
Yeah, they've curated a wonderful collection of cars, and we can touch on that after the commercial.
Yeah. We'll take a short break here from Monterey. Join us after the break with more Formula One to come.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, it's always great when you're wandering around and you get to catch up with someone who's had a hand in the organisation of the event, and none more so than Andy Prill, part of the advisory group on determining what cars come to the Rolex. And Andy, once again, you've knocked it out of the park, haven't you? All these cars are period correct, they've got the provenance, and they've all got a reason to be here.
Yeah, we do our best. It gets harder as the years go by. People are getting older, and not too many younger people coming in the sport, but we're holding our own. Rolex Reunion still is the preeminent historic race in the country, and that's why we all make the effort to preserve that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And what we've done here, or what you've done here this year, is put together a collection of historic Formula One cars to mark 75 years of Formula One. And we were just chatting. I don't think anyone else has done this yet this year and may never do it again. It's incredible.
Yeah, I can't claim all the credit, and very little of it, in fact. This heritage exhibit was put together by Ellen Brearley and a team of us, and it's come together fantastically well. I don't think in this anniversary year of F1 that you will see such an eclectic, representative collection of cars that show the whole evolution of the Formula One World Championship.
I feel like there's that picture that exists of like the evolution of man, where he's sort of like slowly getting taller and taller. You know that picture? Classic sort of evolution of man thing. I feel when you start at this in 1950 and work your way all the way around and then end up at 2025 with the Red Bull that's over there, we're seeing that, aren't we? It's incredible.
It is evolution, and to think what those guys did back in the day and what the guys are doing today with these monstrous cars, so big, so powerful, and all the aero. But these guys driving these single-seaters with skinny tyres, massively powerful on dangerous circuits, absolutely incredible. And we have managed to get a very representative group of cars.
Yeah, you really have. And it's not by chance that we put you next to this Porsche, which I think was Porsche's first and only win as a full sort of manufacturer in Formula One.
Yes, of course, they went on to be a very successful engine manufacturer with the Tag engines and the McLaren team. This particular car is a very, very special car. It's an 804, 1.5 litre, flat 8, tiny little piston in the engine. And this is the very car that Dan Gurney won the Rouen Grand Prix in France. And if you've ever been to Rouen, what a track. It's a lot of gradient, lot of very dangerous corners, and none more than the bottom corner, which is a hairpin on cobblestones.
And when you look in here as well, we're getting some pictures just inside the cockpit here. You just pointed out that he's sitting in the fuel tank there. The moulding of that aluminium is the fuel tank around the seat.
Yeah, and you have to remember how long a Grand Prix was then. And that's why there's a vast amount of petrol. And Dan and whoever's driving this is literally, the seat is moulded into the tank. And yeah, that was, again, dangerous times.
Absolutely priceless. I said to you, if you'd driven it, you haven't, but you'd love to.
I wish. There are 4 of these in the world. Porsche have 2, so that shows you how rare it is. This particular car belongs to an American collector, Ransom Webster, who's racing here this weekend in some fantastic cars. He's got his Carrera Abarth here, a Porsche 935, and he's very generous when it comes to giving us exhibits.
Well, listen, Andy, it's always great talking to you. Like I say, part of the advisory board, been with Porsche forever. And
27 years this year here. This is my 27th consecutive year at Monterey.
Oh, good on you. What I enjoy is when you fly into San Francisco or San Jose, when you're coming through immigration on the Tuesday or the Wednesday or whenever it is, I'm starting to see faces like, oh, I saw that guy last year, It's
cool, isn't it? Well, we call it the reunion, and it really is.
Yeah. It really is. Listen, Andy, thanks for talking to us. The event is in safe hands with you guys on the advisory board, picking the right cars, doing the right job. So long may it continue.
Let's hope so. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Kev. And how about this? Look at that for timing. How about that for a car? We've got Scott Dernick, who is the perfect guy to have, given that he is one of the owners of several of these cars. But how about this? Zak Brown, CEO of McLaren, in a McLaren.
Not just any McLaren, a Lauda McLaren. So it doesn't get much better. This is the Technique Avantgarde engine, the Tag engine, which is a Porsche V6. These were wide-angle V6 engines that were turbocharged and in qualifying trim with what they used to call, mystery fuel. These things would make on the order of 900 horsepower.
And talk about living the dream. I don't think Zak would mind me saying this. He's having a dream season with both his teams on both sides of the pond or around the world in Formula One and Indy. United Autosports goes from strength to strength. But for Zak, little is known, perhaps, or not many people know the story that he won as a kid, about 17, $3,000 in a kart competition. And that was his start. So to be driving this car, which he is the CEO of, and I've been to McLaren in Woking and seen their collection there, it's got to be a special moment. I mean, he just keeps having them. I've seen him race a Williams here a couple of years ago, but to be in a representative car, especially, as you say, Lauda's, it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, talk about, right now, I'm sure while his job is immensely difficult, I'm sure there's moments he pinches himself. Now, just went by on the front straight, the 300 SLR Mercedes, basically the body, the W196.
Now, talking of Formula One,
fabulous thing.
He didn't drive it at the time. I think Nigel Mansell did, but Takuma Sato, who's still racing in Indy. Well, now and again.
Absolutely. Now and again, yeah. And I saw Takuma Sato ran a Lotus 49 at Monaco one year. We were competing there because he'd not driven Monaco before, so he drove it in a historic race to get a first-hand feel for the course.
Well, our director's got a Lego version of that car. How about that?
go.
I like a bit of tidbits like that. But I remember this car very well, and you forget sometimes because Honda now very much in the headlines with their movement and their success of late. And will it continue, we wonder, in 26? But Honda's story going back to 1965 when it was an American, Richie Ginther, who took their first win for them. And they have been in and out of Formula One, including selling the team to Braun in 2008. And they went on to, for a pound.
And
went on and won the championship. Amazing.
Fantastic.
And the man who won that championship is here today. Now tell me about this.
That's a what was called a Roadster back then, and that was in the Race of Two Worlds, which was a European to American challenge of F1 drivers and IndyCar drivers at different tracks around the world. And that car was fabulously successful. So believe it or not, that Roadster actually has F1 history.
Yeah.
There's a Cooper in front, and there's the Lotus 49, a landmark car in Formula One history. Changed everything. Jimmy Clark drove it. Chris McAllister, very enthusiastic owner. You see the pad on the back of that Roadster. That's because they used to push start them with a pickup truck. That's what the padding is on the back for.
Oh, you are the right guy. Tell me about preparing these cars because they're all different.
Yeah, they're all different. And they don't have any manuals, and they've been so altered, over the years. Some of them are like George Washington's axe. It's on its fourth handle and its second cutting head. There's not much of the original car left, but some are fabulously original. I've had the pleasure of when that Lotus 49 belonged to Robert Baker, we restored it in the C configuration that it ran, but it also ran as this car in the first iteration, and that's the configuration that Chris McAllister chose to present it in. Both are historically correct, and both are simply fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that Lotus in the classic Lotus colors was one of my first memories.
When we were kids drawing pictures of cars, that's what they were. They were a breadstick with wheels that had green and yellow on them. I mean, that's what we were. And that marks the end of an era because sponsorship crept into Formula One after the Lotus 49 was so good that Gold Leaf Tobacco came to Colin Chapman and said, "Can we give you money to put your name on our cars?" And he said, "Sure, we can do that."
Yeah, we can do that.
And the rest is history. But if you look at all the cars prior to the Lotus 49 in the curated collection down there, none of them have sponsorship on them. The British ones were green, and the French ones were blue, and the German ones were silver, and the American ones are red, white, and blue.
Yep.
After that, everything changed. It became tobacco and liquor and perfume and, sugar water.
I'd love to go back to the national color days. Those were great days.
Yeah. Belgians were yellow.
Yeah.
So they're going around at a safe and leisurely pace. Now, that's a Van Wall that's behind the 49. The Van Wall family, of course, British industrialists. They made engine bearings. And Van Wall back then, they used a BRM engine and a chassis that they constructed, and they went Formula One racing. Back then, Formula One was the sport of royalty and industrialists. It was the equivalent of the Kentucky Derby in many ways on the social calendar for European racing. And, of course, now it's a huge business. It's speculated that in the current budgets are $300 million per car per year for a modern Formula One team. I know at one time before McLaren actually began manufacturing cars, when they were still just, had a Formula One team, they had over 2,000 employees for the two, to field two McLaren Formula One cars. Pretty astonishing.
58 Van Wall, as the quote goes, was built to beat those bloody red cars.
That's right. That's right. It was really a matter of national pride. When you look at, the Mercedes from 1955 and the Maserati offset centerline car, this was 1955. This was 10 years after a world war. There were animosities that exist till this day, and for the Germans and the Italians, who were the vanquished nations, to come out swinging and build cars that were world beaters was quite astonishing. It was quite astonishing. And in Mercedes, especially, the technology they brought to bear, mechanical fuel injection and the sophisticated suspensions and the alloys they used and double-stage turbocharging, so many things that they took from the aviation world that they brought into racing.
This car was given to Keke Rosberg, as a retainer at the end of '83.
There's a Mercedes right there. Fabulous piece of history right there. Look at that car.
I'd love to be the passenger in that.
Absolutely. Just imagine you're in the right seat and you're Dennis Jenkinson and Sterling Moss is
doing
180 out across the Italian plains at Barra, and you're sitting there. You don't have the roll bar. You barely have seat belts. I mean, there you go.
See, the things you can't do now, but can you imagine being Jenks and having a GoPro? and then going, look what I did today.
Yeah, look what I did
this
today.
This is what Sterling does.
and you know, people don't realize he had written all the course notes on
and
a
he was
roll
reading
of
them.
toilet. Well, no, on a roll of toilet paper.
I know
it was a roll of paper that he was scrolling through and giving Sterling
sense.
hand signals about the difficulty of the next turn.
And probably Sterling was giggling all the way through it.
Yeah. I mean, those days are long gone.
Oh, demonstration. We're going to have another one as Zach pushes the car.
Yeah, rounding the bends of the McLaren. Laguna Seca on a sunny day. What is it Roy Salvadori said about Goodwood? Give me Goodwood on a sunny day and you can have the world. I'm sure Zach is kind of feeling that way right now.
Yeah. Well, let's hope he's feeling that way when I see him in Las Vegas, because it's going to be nip and tuck.
It's going to be a little bit different then. Yeah, I suspect
it's going to be a roll of the dice, so to speak.
I suspect it'll be a little different then.
Yeah. Well, we've got Scott Dernick joining us here today, as he often does, to enjoy this demonstration and the exhibition of Formula One as we celebrate 75 years. And I think there's some serendipity. Ooh, they're taking
looks
the
like that
Curtis
trouble
off.
with the Curtis. Yeah, that's unfortunate. But it's great to see that car that's still around and still here. And you know, just think about it. That was 75 years ago that car was racing. Now there's a car, the W196, another car that changed the world of racing.
I saw that car up close at Hockenheim with Phil Collins of all people. But there you go.
Yeah, and you know, Mercedes Classic now has come on really strong, and they're running these cars, you know, more and more, and they're, you know, celebrating Mercedes' heritage in motorsports. You know, many people still think of Mercedes as, you know, taxi cabs or big limos for real estate agents, but really they have a rich history in motorsport, and they've
lest we forget they gave us the car.
That's right, and they've proved it in Formula One, and they continue to prove it in sports car racing. And there's a CLK GTR display right outside the driver's lounge. I've had the privilege of driving and restoring, and it's a fabulous bit of kit. And you know, when Mercedes competes in motorsports, they compete to win.
Yeah, what I love about Rolex is the reunion is that they're not afraid to take an exhibition like this. I mean, the cost of bringing these cars here, which are unobtainium, let's be honest. These aren't just regular cars. These are the cars that either won or have a history that is second to none in design terms and historic terms, and it's very rare to see them gathered, this many anyway. We've seen what we just saw, which is the sort of Formula One Masters, as it would be called, or Formula One Historics. They race and have raced for many a year, but we very rarely get these sorts of cars out, and it's a real testament to Liberty Media and Formula One and all those who've helped get these cars here to be part of this.
Let's not forget, you know, the Laguna team that's in place.
Yes.
Ellen Byerly curated this collection, and you can't imagine how many phone calls it takes to arrange all this thing and the last minute cancellations and everything else.
And I imagine the question is, so what else have you? Are you running that car?
Right. What else are you doing? Who else is going to be there?
Who else is there? Yeah.
What passes do I get? Do I need
I bet there's some board meetings going now.
Yeah.
Do we? You know, they've got two McLarens. Should we have? No. Yeah, I would not want that job at all.
No, but she does a great job, and people don't realize that she was a former director at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum.
Right.
So she is certainly not her first trip to the rodeo in terms of having cool
I
cars
just
on
saw
display.
the new restoration of it.
Yeah.
It is fantastic. If you
That's
get a
right.
chance to go to the Indy Museum, please do. Well worth the trip, and I think you won't be disappointed. Not cheap to get in, but it is well worth the price of the ticket.
A lot of life is that way.
Yes. Nothing's for free. No free lunches.
Interesting
it's
car.
incredible.
They're driving the two Mercedes together. That second car is the 722 SLR. It's basically a open version of the Gullwing SLR car with a high horsepower engine. It's a tribute to Sterling victory. I think they produced it 50 years after his victory, so 2005, and that's what they're driving out there. And there's if I could drive a car home, it would be that one, the W196. What a fabulous
I don't even want to think about what that must be worth.
It's a big number, yeah. It's a big number. The gentleman who's driving it is also the same technician that looks after that car for Mercedes, and wherever that car goes in the world, he goes with it. And really interesting gentleman to talk to. Knows the car backwards and forwards. Now, you see those little platforms that are behind the front wheel. People often think that, oh my gosh, that's some sort of wing or something. No, that was to keep, when the cars were raced in the rain, the treaded tires would throw up water
into your face.
Yeah, well, especially when you turn the wheel.
Oh, right, of course. As soon as you turn left, it's straight in your face.
Yeah, so those shields are to keep that if it rains, that the rain does not douse the driver.
You don't want rain in your mustache, do you?
No, you don't. You don't.
But no, great. I love that, because you're right. You presume that was the first sort of inflection of aerodynamics in some ways, but no.
No. If you look at other cars in the period too, the 250F Maserati used those. Any of the cars where the track width was so wide and the body was so narrow as well inside the wheels, they had to keep the driver. Because the other thing too, you can imagine if those weren't there and you put two wheels off on the outside of a corner, you're going to get pelted with whatever you went over.
Everything. Horrible. Yeah, I often get into the occasional argument with people who aren't motor racing fans and say, oh, it's just a bunch of rich guys, having fun with their big toys. And I'm like, yeah, but you wouldn't have a rear view mirror and disc brakes and any of that. What keeps you safe on the road today is what these pioneers have done over the last 100 years.
I mean, we look at it and it seems so obvious now to just put mirrors on.
Let's head down to the pits where Kev is with the one and only Zak Brown.
Well, faces of Formula One everywhere you look here, and I'm pleased to say that Zak Brown has just taken a moment to have a chat to us. Zak, you've just been out in a pretty special car there again, but you always bring something special to these events.
Yeah, this is amazing. Nicky Lauda's 84 championship car. Unusually, he did the full season in this car as well, where a lot of times you get into multiple chassis. So the history on this car is, I think it won 4 or 5 races that year. Drives perfectly. First time I've driven it. I need to maybe take the seat out because my shins are killing me up against the steering column. But what a great experience, and great to put it out here for all the fans.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thanks for bringing it. And I know as a collector of cars yourself, you get cars that mean something. A Lauda championship winning car. That's what this is all about. Historics is taking the provenance of the good cars.
Yeah, 100%. The history that's around this paddock is amazing. It's all the stuff I grew up watching, so to get the privilege to be able to pound around in Nicky's car, who was a great friend, a legend. And then, of course, I've got a couple of my other cars out. The IROC this season, this weekend is amazing.
Yeah, because you're racing in an IROC car.
Yeah, it's when I saw the driver lineup, I thought I'd maybe regretted entering. But I've not been going too bad so far, so it's a lot of fun.
And we got to mention modern Formula One, because we got a phenomenal display of 75 years of Formula One over there, including your McLaren Championship winning car. Congratulations from 2024. Lando's car on display in the middle. What a kind of evolution of cars that is on display.
It's amazing. 75 years, and you can just see the history, the progression of all the technology. So it's cool to see, most of the major team brands with history represented here, and we just wanted to do our part.
Well, you've really done that, and I got to say as well, as I watched Formula One in 2025, everyone has their kind of problems, but all of your problems at the moment seems to be like good problems to have. You had a great race end there in Hungary a couple of weeks ago. You're just trying to keep 2 youngsters on the straight and narrow, and one of them's going to win, surely.
Yeah, no, it's looking good. We don't see it as a problem. We see it as a challenge. Yeah. We're excited. We love racing. They're free to race. You've seen that. It's gotten close a few times, but you got 2 guys fighting it out for the World Championship. I think Max is still in the game, maybe in another couple races. Yeah. Hopefully he won't be, and it'll just be our 2 guys, but a lot of racing left.
Zak, you did a great job with McLaren, so huge congratulations, and as always, thanks for bringing your cars out here to the Rolex.
My pleasure. I'm here every year.
There you go. He's here every year, and we will be too. So wherever you're watching this in the world right now, do it again, same time, same place next year. Johnny, back to you.
Excellent stuff, as always. And rumour has it, Lando, if you're watching, he's actually got his own hero cards, which he's signing. And I know this because I was with a bunch of 17-year-olds yesterday who were just hanging out and wondering what to do next. And they said, let's go down and see Zak Brown. He's got some hero cards. Maybe we can get one. So there you go, Lando. Stock up, order some more hero cards, because even the boss is getting in on the act. And by the way, he's pretty handy. And as he said, he's part of the furniture here now. He's been coming to these events on the board and very much a part of what's going on here, and has been for many years. Great to have him here on a busy schedule like his. But we're watching this wonderful display of Formula One. It was great to have Scott Dernick here explaining what's going on. And just walking in here, another man that I've been wanting to talk to for a while, James Alder, joins us, and having a pretty good time in your Jaguar out there. The man, I was mentioning you because you're always my favorite, because you keep to the rules, not the rules that they force you to make, but the rules of how historic racing should go, which is you drive the darn car here to the race and then put it on the track.
Yeah, that's certainly how I've always done it, Jonathan. And when I first started racing, I just didn't really have the financing for a tow vehicle and a trailer. I didn't have any choice but to drive the race car to the event. And originally, you know, it was a little bit of an embarrassment to the other competitors. I'd unload my world possessions and have it spread around the car, and everybody had these beautiful transporters, and they'd lay down AstroTurf, and I was kind of the redheaded stepchild for a while. But then over the years, I eventually kind of won them over. They decided, hey, this guy's really doing it the way it should be done. So my financing has improved over the years, and I could afford a tow vehicle and a trailer, but I continue to drive it to and from in some sort of insane masochistic way.
But, I mean, you know, like you say, you've been very blessed to have done this event multiple times, which means that you've kept to the rule, the actual rules, and obviously you've kept within those rules and done a good job, because it's not an easy field to get in. It's quite a fight, isn't it, between all of you to be part of this?
Yes, the first 3 years that I was entering this event, which was in the early 80s, I was summarily dismissed. I was
same car?
Not accepted, same car. This is actually season 43 with that car. It's generally always been driven to and almost always been driven from. However, I did race in Phillip Island once, so I obviously did not drive it to Australia.
Well, you'll be pleased to know that the Aussies are tuning in. We are live across Australian television.
And that's a great event, and that's they're wild, enthusiastic. They're
the Aussie fans and the Kiwi fans. You know, it's worth remembering just what they have brought to the table, both the Aussies and the Kiwis, and particularly in modern day IndyCar and American racing, what the Kiwis are doing, especially with Van Gisbergen at the top of. You know, NASCAR, Scott Dixon still at the top of his game, and now youngsters like Marcus Armstrong and many others, Lawson, coming through. It's absolutely amazing.
I heard about the New Zealand guy in NASCAR. What's his name now?
Shane Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, I hear that he's just...
he's another gurney. He's another, you know, he's, literally, I've watched him. I've seen him won a single-seater race in New Zealand. I've seen him won a rally stage in New Zealand, and I've seen him... obviously in NASCAR. I mean, he is one of those guys that you could throw anything at, and he would come up on top.
Well, that wonderful movie, of course, The World's Fastest Indian, put Invercargill on the map.
Absolutely.
Everybody
down there
knows
too.
That. Yeah.
They love their racing down there. Fantastic museums. They have literally an American museum of tractors and trailers full of American
iron
wares, as well as the Indian, which is still there in the hardware store.
Oh, that's great.
Yep, great movie. How's the car?
Car is pretty good. I've got to do some brake adjustment, you know, four-wheel drum brakes, and that weight of the car, the drums kind of get out around. That creates kind of a violent pulsating. That's quite disconcerting. Under really hard braking, the thoughts that go through your mind is, hey, is the drum going to break? Then the pedal would go to the floor. I mean,
and you have all these sorts of engineers from Honda looking after you.
Oh yeah,
Jaguar,
yeah.
Right?
And of course the McLaren engineers are working on a ceramic drum, you know, for the 120.
There you go.
Some modern technology would be good, but you are allowed to use a high performance brake lining.
Right.
I use a material that's called Carbotech. That's the name of the company that manufactures the lining. I think it's called chelated metallic. And it works pretty good, because one of the problems with a drum brake car is that as the drum heats up, it expands. And as it expands, your brake pedal goes lower and lower and lower. But this material, the chelated metallic material lining, it expands with heat. So the pedal stays relatively consistent. The drums go out, then the material expands a little bit. But I have manual adjusters on that. As they wear, I've got to adjust them out. So that's kind of my next thing to do, to tweak it a little bit for tomorrow's race.
All right, we'll look for the 33 Jaguar, all in white. James Alder at the wheel, and that's the Briggs Cunningham group.
Yes.
and we look forward to that. A big group of cars, but one of the best here. Thanks for coming up, James. We're going to take a short break from the reunion. We'll be back with more from Monterey.
Thank you,
Monterey,
Jonathan.
stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
Smooth.
Not smooth.
I got to say, I'm loving it under this IROC awning here because it's a who's who was just awesome in this series. And I've caught up with the winningest driver in this. 5 times, Mark Martin, you took the overall title in this. That's some accolade.
Well, it's the crown jewel of my career, certainly. Yeah, I jokingly say it's the only thing I beat Earnhardt in. So, it was such an honor to be invited to participate. And I got to race with world-class drivers. I mean, even Martin Brundle came into this thing and beat us all one time, So, we got to race with Fittipaldi. All these guys I would have never had the opportunity to meet.
Lauda, Hunt, Fittipaldi, yourself.
Crazy, yeah. Just it was so much fun, and it's like a reunion now to get these drivers together and everything, and so nostalgic because you've got cars that race from '74 all the way up through 2006 here.
It's quite a span of the years, isn't it? And this is the first time that all 7 generations of the cars have been under one roof.
Yes, it is. And it's just spectacular that Ray Everham has been able to bring this all together. It's a major undertaking because Ray and his guys pretty much prepared all these cars. Yeah. Not all 27, but probably I would say 20 or 21 of them were prepared by those guys. So it's a major undertaking. And all of them, my car runs flawless. It was in a showroom for 30 years. And when he put this together, I called the showroom. I said, go out there and lift the hood and see if there's a motor in it. And they said, yeah. And so, I sent it to Ray. They rebuilt the carburetor and the fuel system and the brakes, and it runs perfect.
Yeah, and it looks perfect as well. And I've been following Ray on his social media, on the Instagram and yours. And like you say, it's a major undertaking what they've done to get all the cars ready and to be here. But it's been worth it because the fans are loving it. This is the busiest awning on the whole of Laguna Seca this weekend.
Oh, yeah. It was a huge hit at Lime Rock last summer, and this is even bigger. More cars, more drivers, more fans. This is such an iconic racetrack, and for many of us, it's our first time here, so it's so cool.
That's what Kurt Busch just said as well, and like anyone who watches motorsport just assumes that you guys have kind of raced everywhere. You know all the tracks, but you don't, do you? Because you only race the circuits that are on your series.
That's right, and so all us stock car guys never had the opportunity to come here and race because it was IndyCar, open wheel, or whatever. It was outside of our, what we did. So this is amazing, and we've all watched these races on TV. And somebody asked me, have you ever been there, before? And I said, no, but I watched the IndyCar race 2 weeks ago, and stayed at Holiday Inn Express last night, so, I'm good to go.
You are good to go. And you got a great, got a great day to look forward to as well. You're off to the Quail now, I think.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, this is another treat. Yeah. I didn't even know what the quail was, but it is going to be amazing. So it's just so much fun. I hope that we continue. I think I heard that they're going to continue to do this event going forward. So it would really be cool. I'd love to come back.
Mark, thanks for talking to us. You're a busy man, but we do appreciate your time. It's just been an honor, and enjoy your weekend, sir.
Thank you.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the Rolex Reunion, the 51st running of this prestigious event, and it doesn't get much better. You could argue that this is the biggest event on the West Coast, the biggest event for historics in America, if not the world. Been going longer than even Goodwood. I know I'm going to be straight to hell for that one, but I'm sorry, folks. This Englishman has put his flag where he belongs, and I belong right here, enjoying every moment of this. And it is a celebration not just of American history, but also it shows how the Americans have given such provenance and respect to what the Europeans, the Japanese, and the rest of the world has brought to America. And they built on it, they've made their own specials, and they are a huge part of the history of racing worldwide. And we are celebrating it this weekend, and I'm delighted to be welcomed in the booth with, I don't know if they'll agree with that last statement or not, but a few Americans, including Carrie Eisenlaw, who's been with us before, Jeff Weisard, whose son is racing in this. Yes, it is your son that's racing in this. And Casey Mollett, who is also here with us. Welcome, gentlemen. First of all, let's talk about your son. How's he getting on? What's he in, and what should we be looking for?
Jonathan, he's driving one of our cars. Ben is. He's 26. He's been around racing for a long time. We're a 3-generation family doing this. My dad, Herb, and Rose are sitting back home watching this very telecast.
Hi, Herb and Rose.
So hi, Mom and Dad.
There you go.
Grandma and Grandpa.
My dad's watching too. So hi, Mom and Dad.
Awesome. Anyway. Ben is driving our Glockler Porsche, 1952 Glockler Porsche.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
The Glockler was a guy from Germany. It was a Frankfurt, Germany VW dealer post-war, and he decided that he was going to be the first one to hot rod Porsches for racing purposes. You know, Porsche really got their start in 1948, post-war, and he took early, pre-A 356 model Porsches and lightened everything, drilled holes in everything, put aluminum bodies on them, and still had small engines, 1.5 liter engines. But because they were so light, they were really good on the brakes, really good in handling, and they were giant killers. They would beat cars with sometimes twice the power because of their nimbleness, right? So anyway, this is one of 7 that Glockler built. This is number 3, Glockler number 3, and Ben's been doing a great job driving it. It's not a really fast car in a straight line. It's got 60 horsepower, but it only weighs 1,100 pounds. So it's fun to watch him under braking in the corners. Sometimes he surprises some guys with more powerful cars, and he's gotten to be very smooth. I'm glad that he got to learn in what is the stereotypical momentum car. You have to be very smooth, because every time you turn the steering wheel on that thing, you're scrubbing speed, and you can't get it back with bonus horsepower. So it should be fun to watch him. He's starting pretty far back, but he's aggressive. He'll be giving it his all, and we enjoy doing it as a family and watching him do his thing.
Yeah, and we're just having a slight delay on track. I think they're clearing up some debris that's from the previous display. But this is the John Morton Trophy coming up. But it gives us a chance to talk next to Casey. Casey, obviously interested in this group, but what's your background to this event?
To this exact event, it's kind of an interesting thing. John Morton, who the race is named for, is a friend, a very good friend. And when I was in college and the Datsun 240Z first came out, I saw the article in Road and Track. So John was sort of a hero of mine, and it got me interested in Datsun automobiles.
Sure.
And I started racing in 1975 in a Datsun Z car, and its serial number was 116. It was actually a 1969 Datsun Z car. Many of these roadsters that are out here today started out light as 1,500 cc engines. And I would assume that most of them are running today 1600s or 2 liters. And John actually drove a 2-liter Datsun in C production. They were originally D production in SCCA racing. But to get their points to go back to Road Atlanta in the national championship in the Z car, he had to drive the Roadster for the first part of the season in SCCA racing.
Interesting, and we are looking at the schedule, and as you can see, if you look at Group 12 John Morton Trophy, that's what we're talking about. 1955 to 1967 SCCA small displacement production cars. That's what it's all about. Coming up, we have Scott Pruitt, Legends of Endurance, Race 1, and we spoke to Scott earlier. Hurley Haywood, another one of the greats American races. Peter Gregg, these are all just household names here in the USA for racing. And we finish off the day with 2 of the greats, Parnelli Jones and Dan Gurney, represented. But let's talk more about John Morton, because he was teamed up with Ken Miles. Ken Miles, it was Carroll Shelby who put them together, and Ken Miles, we've already had his group. And I love the fact, would you agree, that, and I'll bring in Carrie here, but would you agree that, having names that aren't as household names outside. I mean, everybody in the world knows who Mario Andretti is. John Morton and Ken Miles, perhaps not. Now, Ford versus Ferrari made Ken a bit more famous and so on. But I love the fact that this event particularly celebrates not just the drivers, not just the cars, but the guys who innovated as well.
Yeah, and those guys were huge in the background because they weren't necessarily driving the fastest cars out there at the time. But all of this was the back support, which brought drivers up at the time, where kids start now with go-karts. They used to start back in the B production, C production classes and stuff like that. And these guys were really heroes of the time, and you don't hear quite as much as if they didn't win Le Mans at the time, if they weren't a Carroll Shelby or something like that, who were all great people. But there's a lot of people who've helped put this together. These are some of the names that it's great to do. And I look at even myself, and back in the day I raced when Scott Pruitt was out there, and I can relate directly to that. And he was miles ahead of me type thing, but it's like you go, wow, I remember these people. And I think a lot of the people here remember these names when they might not be household names, and this helps bring the history up, and that's what it was about.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like going to a concert to see your favorite brand, and you don't often see the riggers, and you don't often see the guys putting the drums together or the guys setting up the instruments, but those guys make the show. The guys doing the lighting, the guys, I'm doing an analogy here, but you know what I mean, and I think that's kind of what I'm getting at. They aren't necessarily the people that you would turn to or know, because if you read a history book, their names aren't often mentioned, but here they are.
But when you go along with John Morton, though, and I also say that not some of the big races, John absolutely went up into the GTP cars at one time, and he drove the big cars, and John really did. Of some of the drivers here that maybe not make it quite as far, John had one of the longest histories of anybody in pro racing, starting from the very, very ground up to the very end with the GTP cars. I think one of the Nissan GTP cars is here today that will be running in the later on this afternoon.
Yeah, he raced in 5,000 Can-Am.
Yeah.
9 times a 24-hour Le Mans class winner. That's not a bad icon, and did a little bit of Indy as well. So
John's done it all.
Yeah, that's pretty special.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, did a lot of testing for some of the people and stuff like that back in the early days. John did all kinds of different driving. So,
but you know, he really made a name for himself originally in largely this track as part of the early Trans Am series in the Datsun 510. That's why he's my hero, because growing up, that was my first car, and that was a cheap car to hot rod, and watching him drive it was inspiring to guys my age. I'm 64, and John's about 20 years older than that. And I remember coming to the 71 Trans Am race that was a support race for the Can-Am that year here, and John and Horst Queck in the Alpha came down to the last race of the year. It was the last race of that season. Virtually tied for the championship lead. Whoever won the race or finished ahead of the other guy was going to be the champion. And it was back and forth, back and forth. I'll never forget watching those guys go through the trade in the lead, back and forth through the corkscrew every lap after lap. And Horst ended up finishing first on the road in that race. But after the finish, it was found that his fuel tank was larger than was legally permissible, and he was disqualified. John got the points for the win and won the championship, and I of course couldn't have been happier, but that was really what put him on the map, wouldn't you say, guys? I mean, Casey, you're a Datsun guy.
In a professional series, that's absolutely correct. But primarily, a lot of people know him for the Z cars, because he was the first national champion in 1970 in a Datsun 280 or 240Z, excuse me. And it was hard. They almost did not qualify for the runoffs. And when I mentioned about running the Roadster, they had to get their points, and they barely made it to the runoffs, which was a real challenge for them. And people don't probably know this. John was a fabricator as well.
Okay.
And he actually figured out the problem not only in the early 240Zs, and we probably shouldn't talk about them too much because this is a different race group, but they had a vibration problem with the crankshafts. And they finally got that figured out. But then they would have an oiling problem, and they would starve the bottom end. And John came up with the design of the oil pan for the wet sump engines that you see in almost every single 240, 280Z to this day, and 260Zs, and the racing cars. And that was his design. And
interesting.
He actually worked for Shelby as a small fabricator in the late 60s.
What a thrill that must have been. I mean, you never realize it when you're in the moment. But to be at the center of the planet in motor racing terms, to be working with Carroll Shelby.
Well, it was very interesting. As a child, Shelby, he used to be down in Culver City on Hot Rod Row. Dick Goldstrand was down there, and it was all lined up there. Dewey Weber had a surf shop there, and it was right almost in line with Howard Hughes' airport that they had down there, right below Loyola Marymount University. And then when he started doing more of the Ford projects with the GT350, the Mustangs, and things like that, he got a huge hangar. And if you went to the end of Imperial Boulevard and looked over to the right, which was LAX, that's where his hangar was. It was huge, and they used to have all these Mustangs lined up. There must have been hundreds of them out there. And that's when, in the movie, in Ford versus Ferrari, you see them on the airport.
Yeah, you did.
They didn't film it there, but
that's what it
was.
represented, yeah.
And that's how it was, yes. Well, so it looks like the race is
Well, we finally got some movement on track. It is, as you can see by Rolex time, 2:10, and we've got some great guests here as we celebrate the next group, which is the John Morton Trophy. And guys, what I like about this, and Carrie, talk to this for a moment. I like this group because we've been talking about the British and European invasion into America, and then the evolution of the specials. But here, now we have the rise of Japan joining the fray, as it were, and this group really represents that battle, whereby you've got Porsches, you've got Datsuns, you've got MGs still going, Austin Healey, You know, and so many, and Lotus obviously, but that's what I like about this. This is when Japan came to the game, and the West Coast was actually the perfect place for the Japanese to import and get in the game of race on Sunday, buy on Monday.
Yeah.
Group 12 it is. Oh, there's some beautiful cars here. We'll pick some out if you want to, boys.
Looks like we have an Aston out there too, or I need to look at the list.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah.
That's a 67 Datsun 311 we were just looking at. Triumph TR4 from 61. Now, here's a good story for you. There's an Alfa Romeo TZ from 1964 driven by Mannix Delineus, who has the amazing story of being in that car 51 years ago at the first ever Rolex Monterey reunion, and he's still here, and he's still racing it.
That's impressive.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I love that story. I think that's just fantastic. So he's in this group. But, this is just...
Steve McCord's got the only 911 looking car out there, and that's actually a 901, which they only made a few hundred of those at first, and then because of a lawsuit, it was Peugeot had a car that was 901, and so Porsche had to change the name to 911. And so
that did okay though as a name.
Yeah. And so he came back, and so one of those, the car out there, the only one that you see, it looks like a 911, is truly a 901. That's a very, very rare car.
Nice shot there coming down from... Can you take that outside line when you're racing? They take it here and obviously as we go on the warm-up, but is it a line that you can take or not?
Well, I've noticed when I'm in my GTU car and a GTP car comes past, he can pass me anywhere
he
there.
wants. Okay.
That happened to me yesterday too. I had a sports racing car go around the outside of the bottom of that's turned 8A technically, the bottom of the corkscrew, and that I don't often get caught by surprise, but that did catch me by surprise.
Quick look at the 491 of Alec Hugo in the 356B. That's one of my favorite cars, the 356 Porsche.
And this should be a pretty good race because you've got fairly equally matched cars all the way through, where they're not having to have big cars with little cars and stuff. So this is going to be an exciting race.
Pure racing then, as we go for our first lap of the John Morton Trophy. The first time these guys have been in action today, and they'll get another run at it tomorrow. But away we go. Group 12 underway. Green flag waves. And just a reminder, 1955 to 1967, SCCA, small displacement production cars, and as we've mentioned, a real smorgasbord from around the world. And look at them all diving into Andretti. Boy, it's close quarters for these beautiful historic cars, but they know what they're doing.
4 abreast going into
I love it.
Yeah.
I think old Cameron Healy's going to be a tough one to beat, though. That Cooper Porsche, better known as a Pooper.
Yep. He was up here talking about it earlier.
Really quick, and he knows it really well.
When I first heard of a Pooper, I was like, what on earth? And then, of course, it makes total sense. Porsche and Cooper. Yeah, I get it. But the first entrance, I was like, oh, what's going on that all about?
Must be an American thing.
It must be an American thing.
Gunnar Jeanette, though, in that number 77 Carrera GT Speedster, the white car.
Yeah. Well, Gunnar's fairly handy in any car.
He's a professional driver, and he'd be my dark horse for this one after Cameron.
171 going through our shot there. That's Kevin Adair in the Austin Healey 3000. Always a big fan of the Austin Healeys. Through goes the 4 of Bill Lyon in the RS60 Spider. Well, we expect some good racing, but it's already spreading out quickly here in Group 12. There's the 4 being chased by the 491. We've already mentioned him, Alec Hugo, in that 356B. And many of these cars have appeared at this event over the years. As we said, the first event had 66 cars. This event, over 430. And not everybody makes it. Had Bill Warner up here earlier in the weekend and just talking about, hey, it's got to be right. You can't just you can't just bring something in and get away with it here.
This is still pretty good class here too. We got 36 cars out there.
Yeah.
So this is a large class, and they got some great cars out there.
Yeah, got a Jeanette's car from 1958, Carrera GT Speedster.
That's a Miles Collier Revs Institute,
yes,
part of their collection, and as you know, he's
part of that.
He's one of the preeminent collectors of Porsche racing cars in the world, and good on him for bringing them out here and running them hard with Gunner. He definitely gets 110% out of whatever he drives. So you're not just seeing an exhibition with him. He's driving it as quick as they would have run in the day.
Yeah, and I think that's the point. I think if you pull that off of a weekend with no damage and no incidents, that's pretty good going. Because this isn't an easy track. It's a technical track. It's not for the faint-hearted. You've got to know what you're doing. And like you say, they're not particularly holding back, that's for sure. We saw a Formula 1 race earlier, and there was all sorts of shenanigans, and we love it. That's what it's all about.
There you go. It came down there, the speedster coming through the corkscrew, and you could see his hands going from one to the other. Yeah, he's working it hard, man. There might be not a lot of huge horsepower out there, but boy, they're still driving the wheels off these things.
Oh, yeah. Tyler Hagen, that is.
It's all controlled slides on the skinny tires, yep.
Yeah.
Notice Ransom Webster's out there as well in a Bath Carrera from 1960. Yeah, that's good. I recognize a lot of the names over many years of historic racing. And, there's some pretty good names out there that know what they're doing.
And there's a little difference there when Ranson gets out of this car. Then the next race after this, he gets in his 935. Just a little difference there.
Just slightly.
Yeah.
Kevin Adair going through shot in that Austin Healey from 1959, leading this group into Andretti. And there's the 54 of Glenn Myers, who's also been in action already in another 1960 356 Porsche.
Pretty good group there, 4 guys running pretty close. Coming through turn 4 right there.
Nakamura is another one that's been at this event many times before. I recognize the name. Hiroki Nakamura. He's got a Lotus Elan 26R, and obviously a Japanese name, but I'm sure he's a California man. But interesting to see what cars they choose to race, given that we have Japanese manufacturers out there today. Great to have Honda here with that Williams. Oh, somebody's smoking.
See some smoke out there coming up the hill near 6. Hopefully, it won't lay down oil. So
yeah.
That's a fast turn.
Yeah, you don't want to be stuck up there. Yeah, you forget. It's only since the sort of emergence of drones that we've seen that drop-off in its kind of glory, as it were. Because before, with the track cameras, you never saw over the hill, did you?
Yeah, some of those ground level shots do give you a good feel for the elevation change here. That sometimes that's hard to see on television.
But also, from a commentary point of view, you get a much better idea of turn 10 and 11. I hadn't realized just how tight they were. I've gone round the track, but that's different than watching it and seeing how late you need to brake. I hadn't realized how tight 11 really, truly is, and how easy it is to make a mistake by either going too wide or going too far to the inside and losing the drive. And that battle continues. 718 of Daniel Schwartz in a Turner 950S from 1958. Answers on a postcard. Anybody know the Turner 950? Nope. It stumped us all. And I thought I had my A-class in the game. Yeah. Cameron Healy leading the way, as predicted, though, from Nakamura. And Andrew Larson in 3rd place. Bill Lyon.
The Turner's going underneath him in turn 5.
Underneath it. Yep.
There you go. That was turn 4.
Turn 4, yeah.
Sorry.
Now, have they done something to 5? They were talking about that, some of the upgrades they've done. Is that?
It drives the same. When I was out there, I
right.
haven't looked to see if they did much else, so they didn't really change anything. I don't think.
They
huge,
put some.
But I think
they paved beyond the exit curbing.
Okay.
So you can actually make a wider radius on the exit of that corner, but there is some peril in doing that because it's off camber there if you go too crazy.
And the 55 going through shot again. Frank Altamura in that Super 90 GT from 62. Simple but elegant.
The center steer car is really a cool deal.
Yeah.
There are very few of those that were made, but that's a beautiful car.
I mean, what's the reasoning behind? I mean, I know production cars were two-seaters, but what was the reasoning why you wouldn't have more center?
Center steer cars on the street. Well, the problem is where do you seat everybody? So you want to have two seats in there, and it's harder to get in and out of. But for weight distribution and everything else in a race car, it's absolutely the way you want to go.
Sure.
But it's just not practical, I don't think, and especially back in these times, everything was kind of about, it was after the war and stuff, of making something cool but still practical.
Yeah, exactly.
And so that's a one-person car.
And wasn't that a converted open-wheel single-seater, Kerry? That was a Cooper. Gosh, I'm not sure it was a Formula 2 or 3 car, but
I believe so. And then, but Porsche also did, correct me if I'm something like an RS60.
Yeah, RSK center steer. It was a convertible.
Yeah.
You could have converted it in the day to center steer for Formula 2 purposes, and then GT configuration for sports car racing.
Now, who's this kid, Ben Weiser?
Yeah, we recognize.
How's he getting on,
guy.
Dad? He's in the thick of it, I'll say that.
Oh, yeah, he's getting lapped, but he's going by can't tell what that is.
And he's 26?
26.
I love it. It's great that he wants to do this, because I'm always amazed. I went into the crowd at lunchtime, and does it not surprise you how many youngsters are still interested in a sport that we're celebrating of over 100 years? We're all codgers. But
most of them are more turned on by the high horsepower stuff. But
yeah, sure.
You gotta start with the. If you understand the history of motor racing, I think you can appreciate driving faster cars when you get the opportunity to do it.
I'll tell you what. Instead of going to castles when I was a kid or museums like the British Museum, I would have less yawned and less been mischievous had they taken me to a real museum on wheels. I'd have been hooked much earlier.
When did your interest start in motorsports?
Well, I was telling the story earlier. My dad's best man was Brian Redmond, so that puts it all in perspective.
So that's a start.
I never raced, but we followed Brian's career, obviously. And I was at Brands Hatch at Prix, and he was, mid-70s, and at the height of his. I actually brought him back to. I went to Le Mans with him as a guest, and sort of when Aston Martin went back to Le Mans, Brian was asked to drive the car, and I'll never forget it. It was one of those special moments. He never won Le Mans, but boy did he figure.
Fair to say though, it's in your blood.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. My dad did a bit of rallying, but not to any level. But Brian was who we followed, and he was just fantastic.
Yeah, great guy.
And I know James was his best man at his wedding. He's tuning in, so good afternoon, the Redmonds. Good to have you on board and watching, and we're enjoying every moment of this historic race weekend. And as we said before, it's not just a race weekend. We have the Prix reunion, and this is the racing part, but we've also got the Concours d'Elegance and the auctions. Gosh, how many people? I was staggered to hear that the regular population of Monterey is like 26,000. Probably Carmel's not that big by the sea. So it really is taken over. There must be 100,000 people here.
Yeah, or more. Most of the hotels for 50 miles are full.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well,
there's the head. Love that.
I love that. There you get. That's a beautiful shot of showing you how you drive one of these cars, and it shows you the inputs are so much more than a modern car, aren't they? I mean, you really are. They talk about wheeling a car well.
Yeah.
You see it there in the 191 of Andrew Larson at the 356 Speedster.
Yeah.
There you go.
In the newer cars, it's much more about being smooth. With the older cars, you can pitch them into a turn and drive them through the thing, and it's a lot of fun. That's why I have some of the older ones myself still, because the new ones sometimes you lose that fun feeling of the visceral feeling of what the car's really doing and feeling the tires on the ground. And you just don't feel that with all the power stuff, the ABS, the power steering, and it's all great. But these old cars, you really feel what driving's about.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I've got Jenson Button coming in here tomorrow, and I'm just very interested to hear his take on driving historic cars versus what he drives in WEC, and of course for what he did in Formula One, and also get his take on someone like Jenson Button, because he's still on Max Verstappen, because I would hazard a guess that someone like Max would really enjoy driving older cars, simply because we talk about the mastery of what he does in a car and how nobody else can drive the Red Bull and all this sort of stuff. Is it not more the case that he's just got that feel,
right,
an adjustment per millisecond almost?
Got something.
He's got a feel that no one else has, and that's why he can set up a car and can keep it under control, even though it's moving underneath him, and that might shake a few people to not drive as well. Whereas he's just a natural. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, some of that stuff is hard to learn. I mean, you have to have some of that natural ability. Then you get the education behind it. You put the two together, and you're a weapon.
Yeah. Well, we're certainly seeing a nice little demonstration here by Mr. Larson, as Andrew Larson, in that 1956 356A Speedster, is absolutely hooning away down, carving through the asphalt that is Laguna Seca, with a few facelifts from previous years and a big future ahead of it. They signed a massive deal for the leasehold on the property last year, and it just seems to be an air of real anticipation here at Laguna, and the new president, Mel Harder, here, and new members to the team, but the event just goes from strength to strength.
Bigger and better. Keep growing.
Number 4 is Bill Lyon in R60 Spider. Just got a quick glimpse of him. That's a 1960. Heading down the corkscrew.
That's a multi-generational racing outfit too. Bill's father was General William Lyon, military general who became a fantastic businessman. He was actually a real estate developer, residential real estate developer in Orange County, Southern California. And he passed his love of cars and his collection on to Bill, and Bill's done a wonderful job, especially with the sports cars, and most notably Porsches.
Interesting. Yeah, I love the backstories. I love where people come from to get into racing. And it does take all sorts of people, different people, from different walks of life, and to arrive at the same destination and to be part of this community.
All comes from that four-wheel passion.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful car. RS60, I believe that is.
So, lap and a half to go. Cameron Healy putting the car through its paces. Cameron here in the booth just about an hour ago. Was looking forward to this. And this car successfully competed in SCCA in the Midwest from 1953 onwards under the original ownership of Tippy LPA, the Pooper. Had much success in the mid and late 50s, including winning at Cumberland in 1955, beating the Porsche factory team. They wouldn't have liked that much.
George Fulmer made his name in a Pooper. Not that particular car, but one like it.
His nephew out here racing this week, I believe, George Fulmer. Of course, one of the greats of Trans Am.
The white flag going, so we got one more lap.
Yep.
And we're going from there.
Trans Am's historic will be coming up very soon.
I think then all three of us are going to go jump in some cars and
all right.
Go out there ourselves.
So
right
which group?
this.
Tell me what you're in the. So tell me what you're in, Carrie.
Well, I'm going back out. I'm going to mess up the deals, but I'm going to be in the Trans Am group. I'll be in one of the Diatley Budweiser Camaros.
Oh, nice.
I'm going to run that, and then I jump out of that immediately, and I get into my GTU Porsche 911 in the next group right after that one. So
keep Tommy Dreesy at bay. He's living on cloud 9 now. He's had Jenson Button to race against.
Yeah, Tommy can drive. Boy, he's been doing a great
he's a good
job.
friend.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to get him up here at some point.
Yeah, we'll do that. And then Casey's going to be in a 280ZX, which is his original car that he raced back in the IMSA days.
Right.
He built the car himself, And the short little bit on that is that's how we met. I purchased that car from him. Then I raced it, and then he purchased it back, and it's back restored again from the original builder. And now he said, if I'm the original builder and driver, I guess I got to drive it again. So he's here this weekend, and he's going to drive it again.
How is it? The car's doing well. It has a 40-year-old engine, original Frank Leary engine, and the number 43 280ZX Turbo is Frank Leary's car. Frank Leary did my engines back in the day, and I was very fortunate to finish third here in 1983 in that car.
Wow, well done. Yeah, that's pretty impressive. That's a good span.
A good podium with the car in the IMSA race.
Well, gents, I'll let you go because Cameron Healy is going to take the checkered flag as anticipated in the 55X. And quite a good display of racing once again. And Hiroki Nakamura will take second place in the number 43. Well done to him. And he's, of course, in that Lotus Elan 26R. I haven't seen much of that, but the John Morton Trophy, race 1 won by Cameron Healy. And in third place, it's Andrew Larson, who we did get quite a little bit of time with in that 356 Ace. And a little further down, Mendelowitz, Hugo Freestone, Kevin Adair, Myers just behind, and rounding out the top 10, Chris Mayring. Well, great to have 3 drivers and 3 guys that are taking part literally in a few moments' time as we have 4 more groups to go here in the day, so don't go anywhere wherever you're tuning in around the world. I hope you're enjoying this fabulous festival, if you will, of speed. Scott Pruitt's Legends of Endurance coming up, Hurley Haywood's Trophy Race 1, and then the Peter Gregg IMSA group coming up, then Trans Am Historic, and if you've not seen that, the Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy will be a cracker, and we finish off the day with a saloon car endurance race, which is always fun here. That's probably the highlight of day 1, and it always throws up some great racing. The Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy Endurance Race. Confirmation of the results then for Group 12. Cameron Healy with the win in the Cooper Porsche Pooper. The Cooper Pooper. Love it. Nakamura in the Lotus Elan 26R. And then Andrew Larson in that 356A Speedster. Then Bill Ryan, Phil Mendelowitz in the Datsun. Then the Porsche 356B of Alec Hugo. Paul Freestone in the Austin Healey. And another Austin Healey from 59, this time Kevin Adair. And ninth goes to Glenn Myers in the 356 from 60, and Chris Mayring in another Porsche from 1956, 356 Speedster. And if you're just tuning in, don't forget, plenty more coming up tomorrow, all the groups, each of them getting 2 races of the weekend. Now, I mentioned a very famous driver for Honda recently and still racing in Indy. Well, he only does the 500 these days, but he's as fast as he ever was. I met him as a young 16-year-old at Macau, and he's done quite a lot since. Takuma Sato. He's with Kev.
Well, you got to love this, haven't you? I've just walked into the garage here with Honda, and Takuma Sato's here. Takuma, thanks for taking the time to have a chat to us. But this is a car that I grew up watching on the television. I'm pleased to say you did too. It's as famous as, well, it's as famous as Nigel Mansell himself.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, my smile can tell everything, right? This is the original car, back in 1986. Yeah. And the Williams Heritage actually restored the car a couple of months ago. Okay. And Nigel himself drove it in Goodwood a couple of weeks ago. So this is the one. Right. So the engine, of course, is carefully built by Honda. Yeah. Of course, as you know, the Honda correction hole keeping the car so beautifully. Yeah. I mean, this is just a phenomenal experience. Particularly Laguna Seca. This is one of the historical racetrack. And I can see the old crowd was cheering, and there's so much big smile, and so did I. This is amazing experience.
And is this the first time that you've driven this car, been behind the wheel of it?
Yeah, specifically this car is the very first time, and I drove it very similar to the age of the Formula 1 car. I'm fortunate enough to drive from a Honda RA272, which is a 1960s car, 70s and 80s, 90s as well, like McLaren 444, 546 as well. But this car is just beyond your imagination, because when When actually there were the low levels, the engine's trying to like it hanging like this, but then when you actually boost it, it's like explosion. The power and the torque delivery. I mean, this is 12,000 RPM with 1,200 brake horsepower with only I think 500 some kilos. You know, it's just phenomenal.
It's so lightweight. That horsepower, that power to weight ratio is incredible in the cars of this size, and it makes you realise like how the cars are developed. And when you go and look at them now on the grass over there, the development's incredible, isn't it?
It's incredible. Obviously, the safety comes first. So with today's Formula car or any racing, you know, it's a lot safer due to that. It's got more heavy protection. But this time, I fully respect all the drivers doing this. With the Monte Carlo to Spa-Francorchamps to Suzuka to obviously Monterey wasn't actually on this car for the race day, but I could imagine all those drivers like giving the 100% with this time. It's unbelievable.
Brave drivers, brave guys.
Absolutely. You know, same as you. I was 10 years old boy when actually this car was racing, and that was just a lifetime experience. You just never forgot the moment. I couldn't believe I drove it in the cockpit. The sounds and the vibration and the energy is just everything. It's just amazing, the experience.
This is one of the great things about the Rolex, and when you chat to racing drivers, you suddenly realise, you look into their eyes, they're all just fans too, right? You've driven all kinds of things. You've raced Formula One. You've won in Indianapolis, but you've just got out of this, and you're beaming. You're like a small boy again.
Absolutely, this is like an early Christmas present for me. You know, it's so privileged. You know, so proud and so fortunate. And I'd like to say everyone big thank you to make this happen, and all the stuff. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah, and well done to the guys at Honda, as I've been reading, and it's like without racing there would be no Honda. This is what it's all about, isn't it?
It is about the heritage. It is about histories, and you know, this is so prestigious to actually be able to run it on the full rev, on the full throttle. I'm very, very lucky.
Takuma, thanks for talking to us. What are you doing for the rest of the weekend and the rest of the day?
Well, enjoy the weekend, of course, and we still have an opportunity to driving tomorrow on this one, Sunday, 2:30ish, I believe, and hopefully everyone can enjoy it and have a great time.
There you go. Thanks ever so much. Always a pleasure. If you're watching us on the live stream on Saturday, he's doing it again on Sunday. What a car.
You forget sometimes just how much racing drivers become the boyhood wonderment that they had. Literally, him in his 40s, still there. He's on track now doing a little demonstration. That's the Castrol Jaguar, another famous car. The number 61. XJR9, Castrol Racing. Sold at Sotheby's and was the 24-hour of Daytona winner. And beautiful car. And yes, if you were around in the late 80s, early 90s, it was a great era for sports car racing, and I happened to attend Le Mans a few times in that era. I mentioned Brian Redman, that's why I was there, but some of the cars, there's a Mazda here too, the Screaming Mazda as we used to call it. You'll see that demoed later in the weekend, but familiar faces, familiar names, familiar colours. Those Castrol colours and the silk cut Jaguars, of course, no one will forget. So, yeah, it's great to have these sorts of cars back in their originality and worth millions. Over 2.5 million, I believe, this car itself is worth for its history. As it pops back in safely. Not quite sure who's at the wheel of that, but it doesn't matter. Tom Walkinshaw Racing Limited from Kidlington in Oxford. We used to live in Banbury, so made just down the road a piece from where I grew up. So, as we look down on the new bridge for WeatherTech and Mission Foods, thank you, Mr. Gonzalez, for your input into Laguna. A bit like Borchetta, he's put a lot of time and energy into sponsoring racing, and it's great to have them on board. We'll take a short break from the Rolex reunion. We'll have more after this break.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way, here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway here at Laguna Seca. It's a beautiful afternoon here in California. We're celebrating 51 years of this prestigious event, and I'm joined in the booth, and we're keeping them rolling in, and I like to have them fresh off the track. And we just watched Ed Hugo go around in his Porsche. He was the number 164. We got quite a lot of shots of you. How was it out there?
Thank you. It was great, and I've got to give a shout out to Daniel Schwartz in the 718 Turner. He and I had a great race, and it makes it so much better when you're with somebody as opposed to just doing hot laps alone.
Yeah, people forget historic racing isn't all about who comes first and second. It's about how much fun you have out there, and it doesn't matter whether you're 21st or third. If you get in a battle, that's what it's all about.
I'd like to get in a battle with Cameron Healy, but he's
a little faster.
He is a little faster, and I'm trying to battle with my older son, Alec Hugo, who's in the 1962 356, the black one with the gold 491, but he's also a bit quicker than I am, but I'm working on it.
So you've brought them into the world of racing. Did they come kicking and screaming, or was it a natural progression?
Oh, no.
Dad?
Oh, no. I came kicking and screaming, but it was through my lovely wife, Heidi. They came willingly and voluntarily.
Okay.
I was late to the show.
How did your wife get you into racing? That's rare.
It is. So we live in Mill Valley, which is about 20 minutes south of Sonoma Raceway, which I refer to as Sears Point. And for a birthday present, she gave me a introductory track day certificate. So I, of course, immediately turned that into a 3-day driving school certificate. And there it was.
That is a familiar story. My partner in business did exactly that with Skip Barber. His wife bought him a time, doing that, and now he's involved all the way to Formula One in broadcasting. And so you got to love that. I think that's great.
It is. And I mean, as great as this is, we have a lot of downtime, so it's really great to be able to do it with my sons. I got to give a shout out to the 92 Viper.
Yep.
I have a 2008, which doesn't compete with that one, but I love that car.
Well, we're going to go through quite a few as we look down at the Audi and another Porsche, but this is a great group. This is the Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup, and it involves cars from 91 to 2011. That's IMSA, ALMS, and Grand Am, and of course includes the FIA, and of course the other three all being American. The FIA, of course, a world division, if you will. But that really does give us quite a lot to talk about when you consider that we've got ALMS, IMSA, and Grand Am. And I've got some great cars here.
I'll show you a picture of Mike Viper in front of Ruby Tuesday there.
Yep.
Of course, he was laughing me, but it depends on...
you know.
the photographer's prerogative to see who's in front.
Exactly. It's all interpretation. Yeah, that Ruby Tuesday, that's the Porsche Riley Daytona prototype. Mark X1.
And he was just a host for SVRA. I was there in my Miata and got to meet him.
That's the beauty of racing. It doesn't matter whether you're in a Miata or a big endurance race car. It's just as much fun.
It absolutely is. When you're inside the car, you don't see that you're in a Miata. You're just looking through the windshield and driving.
So what's your history of racing? You've already mentioned how you got into it, but what about historics themselves?
So I got into it late, which is bad because I'm not as good as I'd like to be, and I blame that on my late start, of course, because everybody needs an excuse. But my first car was a 1966 big block Corvette because I thought I always wanted one. I learned that I was not a good driver, and that car was not a good car. It was like 500 horsepower. They're perfect on a drag strip, but turning was an issue.
Now, we don't have a camera in the car in the booth, but I'll set the scene. Ed's in a pure Sparko black suit, but what really takes the biscuit is those shoes. He's got Alpine Star, American colored flag Alpine Star boots. Love it.
Thank you.
Perfect for the occasion.
Guess who picked them out? I actually did, and Santa Claus brought matching sets for myself and my two sons.
Oh, what a Christmas. All right, let's get ready for a bit of Scott Pruitt Legends of Endurance Cup. The pace car pulls off. We've got a full field. Boy, look at this field. Massive field. And it just shows you, I mentioned over 400 cars here this weekend, and this is one of the biggest fields. And listen to that roar. Away they go then. 91 to 211. IMSA, ALMS, Grand Am, and FIA cars all invited to this one.
Oh!
A little touch maybe into Andretti there by the Audi, but we'll let it go.
That was a shove turn. That wasn't quite polite. There they go.
So, Ed, I know you know plenty of these guys out here, or at least the cars, but you've got to know what you're doing to drive one of these cars.
It's a lot of car and a lot of speed, and this is such a beautiful track with the elevation changes and the turns that you go through all the gears, and you certainly use the brakes.
Keith Fresser in the Zytec LMP1 2009, taking the lead early on. In the 73, just going through shot, that's Patrick Lindsay. Notice that Mike Skeen is on the board with Dave Roberts in that third place car, and so and also some interesting names you might have heard of. Marino Franchitti and Dario Franchitti sharing the number 33. Now, that's interesting. There's some really interesting drivers out there. I remember looking last night, and I hadn't noticed. You've got your usual suspects, like your Martin Laubers and a few others, but it's not often we get the Franchitti brothers out.
That's great. It looks like Martin sharing a car with Doug Mockett. I met Martin in 2009 at the La Carrera Panamericana, despite the fact he lives in Tiburon. We're almost neighbors. Met Doug Mockett there as well. Viper moving.
Yep.
I'm not biased, but I do like that Viper.
Well, Freshat still leading the way in the number 20. Jim Davenport moving up to second place in the Orica 03 from 2011. What else have we got out here? That Audi that we saw getting a little too close for comfort was a 2014 R8 GTM. Bruce Leeson at the wheel, and we just mentioned Mark Lauber. He's in the 997 Porsche from 2009. Another Viper out there. Well, actually, as well as the Viper, I should say, there's a Panos GTR. Another long front, very similar looking in many ways.
Oh, no, I take offense at that.
I knew you would.
That was a low blow to all Viper owners.
I know.
The Pinot does not look like a Viper.
I have this Viper discussion with my friend in Trans Am who drives a Viper. And he swears by it. He won't leave it. He tried to do some TA2 racing. I forgot his name for a second, but he loves the Viper. Big power. all grunt in a straight line. He loves places like Sebring.
You know, it really is a big Miata. It can handle, though, as well, with a good driver, which I'm not, but it really can handle, and it's predictable. It's not like a GT3 where the back will snap around if you back off or just don't behave yourself through the corners.
Another one to look out for, and another famous car out there, the SunTrust, the 2005 Riley and Scott Daytona prototype. And John McKenna at the wheel, currently in fourth position now. David Roberts, Mike Skeen's car going up to third now. Yeah, McKenna just in fourth. Harvey, Lindsay, Keane, Griot and Miller in 8th position. Moulin and Seagal. So Seagal in 10th position. So we take our first look at the 555.
That'd be the triple nickel.
With triple nickel, there you go. The Ferrari 458, 2014. Bill Sweedler at the wheel of that, another very good racing driver. Yeah, massive entry for this. This is great.
The SunTrust livery is just iconic. It's really great to see it out here.
Through goes 33. It's Colin Doherty in the 997 GT3 Cup car. Howard Swig also out there. He's just been in action, so busy boys you are. And you might have heard of the guy in the 2011 Porsche 997 GT3 Cup car. Look out for the number 11, a certain Jenson Button. He's having a busy day.
Is that the flat black car?
It's the Hertz Porsche GT3. It's the what?
I called it the flat black car. The Blingmobile.
The Blingmobile. I like it. BMW coming into shot now out of 11. Now, who does your eagle eye? Spencer Trenery is another recognised name for me. He's with Howard Swig, but they're down in 23rd position. But Spencer's another popular figure. Frank Kitty's currently in 14th position. And Florent Moulin currently 9th. Nick Griot in his, third run of the day. He's already won a couple of races.
Spencer Trenery can certainly drive.
Yes.
He's got a SunTrust livery car. Has passed me many times, sometimes in the same race many times.
What do you enjoy racing the most, besides the Viper?
Well, I have a new car to me, which is a 1962 Devon C. It was the New York Auto Show car for Bill Devon. It was purchased by a local man who drove it immediately to Pikes Peak and raced it on July 4th, 1962. So I've been restoring that, and I made it through the Prix reunion, race 1, and it's now retired for a little while, but it was really interesting to drive. Very light on the front end because the engine's in the back and it weighs about 1,200 pounds. So that was interesting. I love the Porsche 356. That's my younger son Mark's car. I haven't driven it in a long time. It's really a wonderful, wonderful car.
Well, there is Jenson Button, who is very much making the rounds in the historic field. Still at the top of his game, though. He'll be at COTA. I'll be calling the race for the World Endurance Championship at the Circuit of the Americas in a couple of weeks' time. Labor Day weekend, September 6th. And if you want to go and see Jenson and the rest of the kids do the World Championship, well worth a chance to see some of the very best. And the field now, champions like Jenson, is pretty spectacular, and he hasn't lost any of it. And I think he's actually enjoying his racing as much as ever currently. And great to have him here. And of course, he is the Rolex ambassador.
The prototype showed him no love there. He got passed on both sides.
Yeah, that car that, as we take a look at the Oricas, that car of Jenson's was in the American Le Mans Series in 2011. Raced at Mosport, Road America, Laguna here for the 6 hours, and Sebring 12 hours, as well as Lime Rock and Petit Le Mans. Of course, Petit Le Mans taking place at Road Atlanta. Kevin Estrie, Chris Cumming, and Nick Ham racing during the day. But right now in the hands of Jenson Button. Take a look at the Oricas. Here we go. Lights blazing on the 3. Jim Davenport letting him know he's right there. Keith Reicher, who's led the race since the start, is struggling at the moment to hang in there. And they've got traffic ahead as well. You know, the longer I watch this track, the harder it seems that overtaking is a possibility here, especially if you've got a similar car right there with you. And you're going through traffic. Oh, big moment.
There's your not a Viper getting sideways.
Yes, not a Viper.
So my favorite car right now is my 1958 Corvette. It's Panama yellow, and I was in with the, I'll call them the later cars with things like independent rear suspension and disc brakes and big blocks. But it's a lot of fun. It really is.
Yeah, that Panos we saw get out of shape there. That's a 1997, and it went to Le Mans but DNF'd and ran the full 97 FIA season. Best finished Sebring in 3rd, and ran a full 1988 IMSA season winning GT1. Don't have too many Panos race here at this event. Keith still holding on to the lead as he weaves his way through traffic here.
And traffic might be the key to the pass.
Yeah. Well, we saw it in a previous race. Crafty move by Jamie Constable at the top of the corkscrew to go high and wide and use the back marker as a way of stopping his Carl Mika shadow at the time. That was a lot of fun. That's really good racing here.
Yeah, it's great. I was able to do the same, and the corkscrew is an interesting place to do that because when you catch the slower cars there's different lines through turn 8, and it opens the door to some good passing.
There's the 145.
Flying Lizard.
Yep. Well, that's talk about an iconic name. The Flying Lizard is one of those. He's a little further back. That's David Alvarado, 145 GT3, 997.2. Sweeler now into the top 10 in the 555. And there's TRG Kevin Buckler. I'm sure probably at the wheel of that one. Well, that's Bill Sweeler. Oh, excuse me. Get myself all in a twist. In fact, that is Tate Pritt at the wheel of that one. Is racing this weekend.
And you've got the livery right, so that's half of it.
Yeah. I've known Kevin a while. And of course, lives down the road a piece.
Petaluma. Shop right near Sears Point.
Yep. And he always races in Sonoma events. It's not easy, is it, weaving through? This is quite an intriguing battle because they're racing each other, but they're also having to race the other cars.
So see which way they go around. Same or different?
Yeah. Heading down across the main straight, over the little hill. It's much bigger than it looks. And then into Andretti.
If you haven't driven the track, the faster your car is, the more a turn 1 is.
Yes. Yeah. It's funny, it never looks like a turn, but the faster you go, and yeah, absolutely.
If you're going 150 miles an hour over it, which they
Big
were,
old turn, yep.
or even more, it is a turn.
Yeah, no question.
And that's one of the beauties of this track is not only are the turns, but there's elevation changes before, during, and after the turns.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I've been racing here since 1957. And as we said at the beginning of the day, if you weren't with us, we're celebrating 75 years of Formula One, which began in 1950 with the first Grand Prix at Silverstone. But so too did racing here as the Audi making another lunge. But so too did the racing here on this part of peninsula that is Monterey in the Pebble Beach road races back in the day, back in 1950. And they raced for the first 5 years there, but racing through the forest is all well and good. They used to paint the trees with white paint just so you could see the track. But that kind of got old, and when a few cars got crunched and a few people got hurt doing that kind of racing. They said, we really need our own track. And so in 1956, they started scouting out Fort Ord, I think it is, an old army base. And they leased the land and have done ever since, and have just got a new lease for another 55 years in total, but last year signed. As we take a look at the Aston Martin 277. Haven't seen too many Astons today.
Certainly seems like the track's going in the right direction with the new leadership. And, you know, they've also got the tradition. People here are great, like Ardell Lind, who takes care of all the drivers. And we're not a needy bunch, you know. We don't need to do much, but she takes care of hundreds of people.
Oh, yeah, all day long.
All day long, familiar face. Really, really great.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot of people behind the scenes that don't get the credit, and thank you for mentioning Ardell, because she's been, for me anyway, especially getting you guys here, fantastic, and she just loves it. And her and her husband both work on the event, and yeah, long may they continue. We're on the last lap now, and these two have been at it. Bryce and Davenport the whole race as they come through Rennie for the final time. Is he going to make a lunge? Is there a lunge to make?
He tried it. He had to back out.
Turn 10, 1 to go. This has been an intriguing race. They've had to deal with both themselves racing each other.
Oh, there's traffic.
And there's still more traffic, and he gets a really good tight turn, and it's going to be nip and tuck.
Is he going to close the door?
There's the checkered flag. Who's going to take it? Oh, well, Fraser did get the gear shifts going, and he just got the hurry up there. As that was a lovely Davenport inside turn there at turn 11. Thought he might have put a show on there. He just might have got it, but he didn't quite.
He drove like a gentleman there. I think he could have closed the door with the traffic.
That was good. Well, we've had some really good racing this weekend. Well done to Robert Skeen also on the podium. Not sure whether it was Roberts or Mike Skeen that was driving the car. It won't matter. One will do the other. Tomorrow will be the other. McKenna in 4th position. Harvey in 5th. Griot and Miller in 6th place. Keane, Moulin, Sweedler and Sigel in 10th position. So are you racing again tomorrow, or are you swapping cars? What are you doing?
I have successfully not broken the 2 cars I was driving today.
That's
so
good.
Yes.
Always a good sign.
Always a good sign. So I'm hoping to race them both tomorrow.
Oh, that's great.
Right and early, as a matter of fact, 8 o'clock.
All right. Well, I'll be here.
Please make sure the fog is not.
Yeah. I was going to say we might both be looking at each other kind of forlorn, because I never understand why we start so early. I do understand why we start so early, because there's so much racing. But it's always foggy, isn't it?
Well, today was actually an exception, right, because yesterday was terrible. So it all worked out.
It did. Well, that was a fun little group. Big group. And Ed, thank you so much. And to you and your family, I hope you enjoy your race weekend here. That's been fun to have you up in the booth, and especially fresh off the track.
My pleasure. Thanks for tolerating me.
Not at all. Quick check on the results then. Group 11, Scott Pruitt, Legends of Endurance, and it was Keith Fleischer in the Zytec LMP1 who took the win over the Orica 03 from 2011. And as you can see, these cars not that far apart in history in terms of 2011, 2012, 2009. So the Audi R8 almost came together at the start there with Robertson Skeen coming together with another car, but not quite touching. John McKenna taking 4th, Nick Griot and Michael Miller 5th, Taz Harvey in 6th place in the Mazda, and then Deacon Keane in the 7th place, Florent Moulin in 8th position in the Viper, Phil Sweegler 9th in the Ferrari 458 Italia, and Jeff Siegel in the 10th position in the 911 from 2011. My thanks to Ed Hugo. He'll be in action tomorrow, as he says, bright and early, so come and join us wherever you're tuning in around the world. We know you are, because we've got all the lists of who's broadcasting what. So thank you for coming in, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. We're enjoying it. We'll take a short break. There's more action to come, though, from the Rolex reunion. Stay with us.
So I've been working with Piloti for quite some time now. Working with them, it feels like being part of such a dynamic team. I mean, directly compared to normal shoes, what you instantly feel is you have way better pedal feel, I feel extremely humbled because getting to drive a car like this is something so unique and so special to me, and it just sparks pure joy and energy. Like, in the morning you're tired, you didn't have coffee, you get in this car, like you turn on the ignition, it fires up, and you're like, boom, okay, that's it. I'm up for it, I'm pumped, let's bring it on. And it's just pure joy, excitement and energy to drive such a special car like the GT Tour S.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Well, how about this? 75 years of Formula One displayed in fantastic style. And we're going from, what, about 1980 something back there, all the way up to 2025 that way. And 1950 onwards is on that side. The lady that's put it all together is with me now. So, Ellen, phenomenal stuff. Firstly, huge congratulations. How have you managed this? All of these cars under one roof?
With lots of help. And the owners have been so gracious to loan us their cars and very open to sharing with all the people.
When sharing them they are, let's take a little walk. So I want to make sure that we get the viewing, because I think what you've done here with the way they're displayed as well, you've really shown the evolution of design, how the cars have changed, right up to 2025 Red Bull at the end there.
Yep. We wanted to show from the beginning of Formula One, which was in 1950, up until obviously present day, and we wanted to make sure that we highlighted cars from each decade so that people could see how the cars changed.
It's phenomenal. It is, especially on this side. I mean, like kind of in the 50s, 60s, 70s, they're kind of changing to a certain degree, but it's very apparent down this side as well. And you've picked out some pretty special cars with obviously, you know, a nod to the Americans, because we're here in the West Coast of California.
Yes. We wanted to make sure that we showcase the two American world champions, Phil Hill and Mario Andretti, and also to showcase the chassis that were built in America and raced in, in Formula One.
And the Formula One display that's just been out on track has been fantastic. We've had Takuma Sato and Zak Brown here as well. Yep. And what I love, and you know this, you know, the cars are the stars, but it's the people and the stories. It's the people that come to these things that make the event, right?
Exactly. It's seeing their reactions to seeing cars that they saw racing when they were children or that their parents told them about, and now they get to see them in person.
Well, listen, 2025 has been awesome. This is incredible. I'm not even going to try to ask you how you might top it for 2026. Have you got an idea? Is it under wraps?
It's under wraps. I'm not allowed to say, but we are already working on it.
Well, you're going to have to work hard to beat this, because I think this is awesome. Ellen, thanks for talking to us, and please do enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Made my way, as you can see, up to the corkscrew then, where the wind is blowing, the sun is shining, but it's where you get to meet the real fans. I'm pleased to say Wayne, Cameron and Reed are joining me now. We've got father, son and son. And guys, great to see you. And Wayne, you've just said, we were just chatting, you've been coming out to this event for years.
We've been here for about 15 years. This is about our 15th year. It's the first year for Reed.
And Reed, what do you make of it here at Laguna Seca? Are you having a fun day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cameron, this is great. Obviously, you've been instilled with a bit of automotive love from your father, and now you're doing the same for your son.
That's the goal, yeah. Yep. Yeah, it's been a Father's Day gift to him every year.
That's fantastic. And how have you seen this event change over the years in Laguna Seca, Wayne? I mean, you've been coming here for years. I mean,
we were talking about how they've improved the facility this year. Very upscale from where it used to be. And it's about twice as costly as it was when we first started coming.
It's quite the collection of cars, though, isn't it? They do a great job. I mean, whether you're somebody this age sort of seeing it for the first time or, you know, whatever generation you're seeing cars that we all go, oh, yeah, I like that one. And it was an Austin Healey that you were working on when you were much, much younger.
Yes, I had an Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite in 1960 back in 68. And now I have a 1972 MG Midget that I just bought.
That's fantastic. And I tell you, you won't lose your money on those things because they ain't making them ever again.
It's very true.
And Cameron, what about yourself? You're into cars, you're passing it on to Reed here?
Not as much as this guy, but, you know, I do enjoy the day out here. It's always a good time.
And what about this spectacle then of the corkscrew? This is obviously infamous all around the world, but it's a great place to come and watch, isn't it?
I mean, we're from the South Bay, and it's, you know, I grew up playing video games and doing the corkscrew, and there's nothing like coming out here and getting to see, you know, people do it live. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah, it really is, and you're in the right spot. So listen, thanks so much. Reed, a great day from you. Thumbs up from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, buddy. Have you seen a favorite car? Could you name one car or a color or what it looked like or what it sounded like? A favorite one?
Number 8, the Bug-Eye that you sat in.
Number 8.
Number 8, a Bug-Eye that he sat in. So there you go, folks. Whether you're starting out loving cars or you've been loving them for years, there's something for everyone at the Rolex. And up here at the Corkscrew, it's a great place to watch. I think, Johnny, we're going to go back to you, aren't we? Group 10 out on track next.
Thank you, Kev. Yeah, it sounded like a mini-me. It sounded like a mini Kev, didn't it? Yeah, number 8. Yeah, I love it. It sounded like Kev a couple of years ago. I've been watching Kev do his karting. He literally interviews young kids like that all the time because they're coming up through the ranks. Kev having a ball out there, I'm sure. But we get ready for our next group, and that is the Hurley Haywood Trophy. And many would argue that Hurley Haywood is arguably one of the greatest from America of endurance drivers ever. He won, the Rolex Daytona 3 times. Overall, 5-time winner of the Rolex at Daytona. 3-time 24 Hours of Le Mans. And 2-time winner of the 12 Hours of Sebring, as well as just had a couple of Trans Am championships and the Suzuki Championship. And once again, we take a look at this famous circuit. I've been learning a lot this weekend from what the others have said about this famous and iconic circuit of 2.2 miles, built in 1957. A couple of upgrades recently. They altered a little bit of Turn 5, but not the track itself. but it is a challenge, and while we do talk a lot about the corkscrew, I would argue that the run up the hill from 5, just as important, and then up the Rahal straight, braking into the corkscrew, and then making sure that you're not going too fast into reining at 10, and then also getting the drive out of 11. So key. And as you've heard every one of the proponents of this circuit say today, that it's not just the location, it's very much the technical aspect of this circuit which makes it so tough. So many blind corners, and you just heard there from one of the fans, grew up racing sims of the Laguna circuit, which are so accurate these days that you really get a feel for it. And to see it in real, though, is pretty special. I grew up watching racing of the 2 wheels here at Laguna Seca, which also has a star-studded history. Wayne Rainey here this weekend, and lives in the hills here at Monterey. So too does Eddie Lawson, 2 great names of motorcycle racing. And we get ready for the Hurley Haywood Trophy. Now, just so you understand, this is 1981 to 91, so a decade of IMSA, GTP, GTO, FIA, Group C, and Trans Am. So a busy time and a busy group, if you will, of different cars, but quite a smorgasbord of different cars. So it makes for quite an eclectic group, which includes some of the IMSA cars, some of the Group C cars, which are beautiful. We just saw Zak Brown's Jaguar XJR10 out on track earlier, and whether it'll be getting out there or not again, I'm not sure, but we'll keep a lookout for that. You've also got some Porsche 962s. And just a reminder, if you've just joined us, here's the rest of the schedule for today. We're now at the Hurley Haywood Trophy Race 1. And to come is the Peter Gregg Trophy. And that is for IMSA cars as well, but more of the 73 to 81 cars in that one. Then we move to Trans Am, and that's 66 to 72, which definitely was the heyday for Trans Am. Although Trans Am, the longest road racing series in America, still going very strong to this day. And looking forward to that. And then we finish off the day with the Dan Gurney Saloon Trophy, one of the favorites here amongst those participating, and that is for saloon cars from 1955 to 1969. So plenty still to come from today's action. A lot of racing over the weekend. 430 plus cars here this weekend. And actually, I haven't heard too many reports of too many things, mechanical or otherwise, going wrong. So they've done a good job, have both the drivers and those preparing the cars to get them out there. And it's also fantastic to have the UNSA Family Cup. IROC. They added a little spice to it. It's never easy for a new group to come in, but with something as prestigious as IROC, it's well worth it. And given the field of drivers they've managed to gather together, you can't beat it. Now, I mentioned that Mazda that I used to see at Le Mans. There it is in resplendent orange and green. And it really was. We used to call it the Screamer. It didn't matter where you were at Le Mans back in the late 80s. You heard that thing coming. And, yeah, Mazda's history here, both in America and around the world. It's a very special car. And Jonathan Bomarito at the wheel of that. It's the 767B from 1989. And as I said, I was there to watch it race Le Mans. Pink Panther is also out there. That's another car that I've seen around the States, driven by Walt Brown Jr. And that is the Chevrolet Camaro Coupe, but it's all in pink as we look at the 45. And I'm joined in the booth by Horatio Sonner. Very well. You've been busy. Yeah, I'll bet. Well, listen, before we get going, my mate has been running around. Kev's at the corkscrew. What are you doing up there, my man?
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. So here I am then at the top of the corkscrew, and I can hear the cars coming from just over there. They're going to come flying down here over my shoulder, and I have to say, when you can hear them, there's an almost nervousness, and there's a real excitement being this close to the track, and you get just an incredible sense of the height that they're dropping down. 5 stories as we glance over my right shoulder now. There goes the pace car. I think that's Phil Kadori in his big endurance car there from Group 10. This is absolutely awesome. Look at the size of these things. Look at that Mazda dropping down there, the Nissan behind it. Oh my word. This is fingers in your ears stuff. It's incredible, Johnny. Absolutely incredible. To be this close to it, pointing it down, that's the tree that they all aim for, and then they swing it hard and right. You can't hear yourself think. My ribs are shaking next to these Group 10 endurance cars. It really is quite something. What a privilege. That, Johnny, is the corkscrew. Group 10 going by. My ears need a rest. My mouth needs a rest. Wow, what a thrill. Back to you.
He gets all the good gigs, does our man Kev. Good stuff. But yeah, I've been up there actually myself for a moment like that, and when they're in full throttle, done a historic Trans Am up there. Now it's not easy when you have a name like Simon Horatio and Horatio Simon. Which is it?
Well,
because I choose either.
Well, my full name's Horatio Fitzsimon.
Fitzsimon, right?
Fitzsimon is my surname, and Horatio is my first name.
Okay.
So
we'll go with Horatio.
Yeah, Horatio's easy enough.
Yeah.
And not too many Horatios around, especially in motor racing.
What have you been racing today? Because I saw you in that little Lotus.
Yeah, I was in the Ken Miles Trophy in a 1964 Lotus 26R Elan, and it's in a slightly different group than it usually would be. It's obviously only a 1600cc. But they're allowing me to race with a big capacity grid, and lap time wise it suits the car a bit better. Obviously the AC Cobras make up a lot of time down the straights, but where they really struggle is into the corners under braking, and that's where I make up the time. So it makes for an exciting David and Goliath race. But speaking of Goliath right now, this grid looks fantastic.
It is looking good.
Philip Kadori in that lovely pink 962. Always very racy at the front.
Well, let's go back to Kev, see what he's doing for the first lap, because this is when it really hurts your ribs. Over to you, Kev.
Lovely, thanks, Johnny. So now they're going to come through at race speed, as they were obviously behind the pace car a moment or two ago. At race speed now, then, these 1981 to 1991 endurance cars. This is incredible. That is the elevation drop. That's the sound that you get, and they are wheel to wheel and bumper to bumper down through here. Just incredible, absolutely incredible. The noise, the energy, the raw power that's dropping from 5 stories up to 5 stories down, and then bumper to bumper coming through here at race speed. Johnny, that is incredible. That's motorsport right there.
Good stuff. Hardly hear himself speak, I'm sure, but we're getting a thrill watching it for sure. But Horatio, Charles Nurberg at the front there, Zak Brown and Tom Long, not a bad group. Jonathan Bomarito also up there in the Mazda. Have you done any of this kind of racing? Do you fancy a little bit?
I couldn't say no to a Group C car, definitely. No. But when it comes to any kind of racing car, I say yes to pretty much anything. All very different experiences. Just looked out the window, it looks like Philip Kadori's in the pits, which is a real shame. He's, I think, one of the favourites.
Yeah, he would have been,
to win this. He's always drives at 10/10s, and it's very exciting to watch. I've raced with him a few times here in the Elan when he was in his Cobra. It's always great fun.
Bruce Canepa, first time we've seen him today. Of course, on the board of Friends of Laguna Seca, a big part of the organisation and the part that is making Laguna Seca long into the future. Been on the board for a while now, and there's that Mazda I've been mentioning, and that's Bomarito in 4th position, screaming down through the rainy curve.
That car's got such a great sound,
hasn't it? I was just describing before you came in. I was just saying I was at the '89 Le Mans
really?
and saw that car race, and it didn't matter. It was a great way of following the race, because in the middle of the night you don't know who's where. It's pitch black and there's just headlights, right? But you knew where the Mazda was.
Absolutely. You hear that rotary engine coming down Mulsanne.
So screamer.
Yeah. I was at Le Mans a few weeks ago, and they had so many of the fantastic Group C cars out there. And it's such an amazing experience for anyone that hasn't been, to witness the cars that race there in the day. You know, the modern stuff's fantastic, but to actually hear the old, like the rotary engine, for example, when you hear that in anger at night,
Oh, no question.
Really special. It gives you goosebumps, which you're very privileged to see so many different classes here.
Yeah.
They're doing such a great job. I've been coming to the Monterey Historic since I was about 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about your history. You're a youngster, but we've got to know each other. You've come up in the booth, which has been great. But how did you get into this form of racing? Because how old are you now?
I'm now 25. Honestly,
which is
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
it's rare.
It is. I mean, I grew up in a motor racing family. My father raced Porsches many years ago in England. I was born in Towcester, which is the local town to Silverstone Circuit. Looks like Philip Cadori's going back out. Yep. So I was born in Towcester, and then my family moved to California when I was about 2.5. And I remember coming to the Monterey Historics just with my father when I was 3, 4 years old. And it was always, this was the closest race circuit to home. So I grew up here. And then I got into kart racing in America when I was quite young. And at a stage when I was about 18, there wasn't really a feeder series in America. So I moved to the UK, and that's where I've been ever since racing. I started in single-seaters with the dream as every 18-year-old wanting to get to Formula 1.
Sure.
And I started in British F4, and then COVID threw a real spanner in the works. And I got into historic racing, and really that's what's brought me here. I came in 2021, I raced Formula Fords in the UK, which is really the proving ground where you hone your craft. And then I got into historic racing, and it's quite funny the amount of opportunities. The unique thing for me is my age.
Yeah.
And as long as you're respectful of the cars, you take care of them and you drive them well, generally
and there's so many professional opportunities now for young men to become professionals and then get working with a gentleman driver or owner to bring their career forward too. You then become a paid driver, you help them out, you look at the data, you bring your experience, young as it is, but you bring a perspective. And there's quite a few drivers now learning. I do a lot of SVRA as well, and there's quite a few young drivers making their way, getting their license in historics, and then finding their way into professional racing.
I think it's honestly still a great way. A lot of people look past it, but some of the guys you see racing in historics, though they may not have the resumes of getting to Formula 1, NASCAR, etc., some of them have been racing at these circuits for so many years. They know their cars. They've been racing the same car for decades. And they're great people to learn from and race against. And I think another thing that's sadly a lot of things look past, people in my generation, for example, don't have so much interest in the mechanical background in the cars. Today's cars...
Oh! Round goes the 99, and that's such a rare move from Charles Nürnberg, who is an absolute veteran, former land speed record holder. Well, got himself in a dizzy there. Poor old Charles, he'll be so mad at himself. I wonder if there was something down, because that's very unlike him to make a mistake on his own like that. But there you go, Bill Auckland in the Nissan, just behind. Currently in, 9th position, just ahead of Octavio Rinken. He's got it going again, has the 99 Toyota. I think he won this race this time last year, so he'll be really spitting. Oh, what a shame, but no harm, no foul. Nick de Vries, is that in the 77? And it looks as though we could be under caution. Oh, that's the... there's definitely something down, that's why. So that tells you that story. That's Zak Brown in the 61. And Brown was in 3rd place. And, so I think that is definitely something on track. And it'll either bring out the safety car or could bring this race to a closure. Because what we don't want... Oh,
there you are. That'll do it.
Dropped its guts, I'm afraid. Folks.
Red flags up.
I kind of... set that up. I gave you the commentator's curse. I was saying how well everybody done mechanically and how we hadn't had too many issues with drivers not making the race or having a problem on track. But that was a big moment, and it has led to a red flag quite rightly. Sorry, Ratio. We were in for a good race there.
No, that's all right, as long as everyone's all right.
Yeah, exactly.
These cars, I can't imagine a worse car to hit oil in. Anything...
Yeah.
So much power. It's very unpredictable, especially if you don't, if you have the sunlight in your eyes, you can't see the oil. Once you hit it, you're just a passenger at that point. But with the amount of horsepower these cars have, and you're relying on so much aero, as soon as you hit oil, you lose your grip, and it's just gone from you. And they only have so much lock.
Yeah. What else are you racing?
So this weekend, I'm just in a Lotus Elan, but I'm also here. This car we've not had out in a couple of years, not since Velocity Invitational 2023. And the car is wonderful. It's the original chassis, and it's just sadly, with the Cobras a couple of years ago, we were a bit more, we were closer pace-wise. This weekend, I'm not quite sure. I can't put my finger on what it is yet, but we're running a couple of seconds slower than we were. We're still having a great fun weekend. And then we were just out at, I was racing at Le Mans Classic most recently. I was out there with a Ferrari 750 Monza with Tazio and Patrick Otis's car. And then I also picked up a drive in a Lotus 15. And my first lap at Le Mans was at 3 a.m. So it was like you're...
Talk about being thrown in the deep end.
It was fantastic, though, because I knew I'd have very little track time. There are no lights there. There are the floodlights at the chicanes. And I thought the best guy to hang on to was Andy Wallace. He was out in Mike Hawthorne's 55.
Try and keep up with that.
Yeah, 55 winning D-type. And my first go down Mulsanne, keeping my foot in it. And it was one of those moments in life that's a real bucket list. Frightening.
Yes.
But absolute bucket list.
Well, we can see at the corkscrew we have just become uncorked, as it were, because the oil is right down the corkscrew. And that is a real shame. I'm afraid it's going to take some time to get that back on. But what an opportunity, and you've just given us your history, but for any of the youngsters who are either not at your level necessarily, but just interested in going this path, because, I mean, I do the FR and F4 series here in the States. You know, I'm interested. We'll tell you what to do. We'll take a short break, but I'd like to hear, you know, the sort of how you go about finding drives. But we'll take a short break. We've got Horatio Fitzsimon alongside us, but we are under a red flag situation in our latest group, the Hurley Haywood group, with oil on the track. Stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace. Hydrate, hydrate. Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Hey, folks, I've escaped the commentary booth and out in the sunshine, finally getting a bit of California sunshine because there's been a bit of an oil spill. Nobody's fault. That's motor racing, and especially in historic racing. I've been amazed that we haven't had more. Kev Harris is here. He's now looking after young karters, and here is an ex-young karter as well, because Horatio Fitzsimon, who was with me in the commentary booth, is with us as well. Kev's been running around. I've been in the booth. Horatio's been with me, but we've come down here into the paddock because there's a great story here. You'll like this.
Go on.
A guy we both know, Howden Ganley, who was the second guy to join McLaren from New Zealand, literally gave away his fortune, went over to England. He's come to this historics. He's been based in California as well. But he had a part in your career, and this is one of the cars, the BRM from 1970 that he drove. Tell us about how you met him.
That's right. So I've known Howden since I was about 3 or 4 years old. My father bought a McLaren M10A Formula 5000 car, and he was unsure of what the history was. He posted on the nostalgia forums about, does anyone know the history of this car? And to cut a long story short, Howden wrote to my father, and the two of them connected. Howden was a very close, he was actually a neighbor of ours here in the Bay Area, in Pleasanton. And I knew Howden from the age of about 3 or 4. And it wasn't until I got a bit older and started to absolutely adore Formula One that I started to appreciate his stories. And he's obviously he's now back in the UK, but he's still a man who I regularly speak to for advice. Standing right in front of a former car of his, this is a BRM P153 that he very famously, he raced this car at Alton Park at the Gold Cup and finished second. I believe it was Henry Surtees just in front of him, but Alton Park's a circuit which is very special to me. It's an absolute favourite of mine. It's one of the great drivers' circuits which requires real commitment. And it's a circuit. I was actually there a few weeks ago with Howden, believe it or not, for the BRM demonstration. But this weekend there's such a great display of all the great Formula One cars. It's hard to pinpoint a favourite.
I love stories like that. I want to bring you in here because what that tells me, and I hope youngsters out there are listening, because Howden Ganley was a hustler. You've got to hustle in this world. You've got to get out there. He went over and worked for Bruce McLaren. Similar story, because he knew Bruce McLaren from New Zealand, went over there as a mechanic and ended up racing the cars for Bruce. You look after those young karters in the UK.
I do.
That's the kind of hustle they need, right?
It absolutely is. If you're going to make it in motorsport, you've got to kind of just make the world work for you a little bit, because let's face it, it's not a cheap sport, right? So even if you're starting out in karting, you've got to somehow afford to be able to do it. And by any means, any help and any advice and people that you can latch onto, you've got to latch onto them.
Well, that's again what we were talking about in the booth, is like I was asking you when we just went off air, when the oil spill came down, is, you chose to go historics, and at 25, that is rare, but more and more youngsters are doing that.
I think it's good. I think it's
very
good that Horatio's done that. We need more people to do that, because who else is going to race these and who else is going to look after these cars, 20 years from now?
Absolutely. I think the appreciation is still there. When you walk around and you see a lot of the young people, they still admire how beautiful. The Formula One cars of today are fascinating with their design and their engineering, but I think there's still a lot of appreciation for the days when the Formula One drivers really were really tough. They had to drive cars that realistically were trying to kill them. The generation before them were fighting wars, so that generation, Formula One, when some weekends when drivers were killed, it was just another weekend on the parade. But this the era, the 70s, 60s and 70s is really what I'm passionate about, and I always have been. So it's a privilege to be able to race these exact cars. And Howden actually introduced me to a lot of people when I was a young man, and I first moved to the UK, meeting team owners and other drivers, and helped me get my first test in a car, and still a regular help in my career.
Yeah, and it's really hard to now. I mean, you think about it, 20 drivers in current Formula One, maybe 22 when you get Cadillac in there, but there's 200,000 guys capable of driving a Formula One car, and I don't think that's an exaggeration, because there's so many youngsters coming up through F4, through FR, Formula Regional as it's called. I follow that series, but it's hard.
It is hard, and there's lots of forms of motorsport out there. So certainly when I'm sort of on a weekend talking to young kart racers, they all say, I want to be in Formula One.
Sure.
But I'm also trying to say to them, well, it's not just Formula One. You might end up doing something else, and it's the journey that you go on that's the fun bit. So aim for Formula One, but if you don't get there, there's plenty of other cool things you could do or be driving and, be involved with. But what is also cool is obviously Horatio's here racing at the, historics. We've got all these historics cars. He's racing alongside Jim Farley, the overall CEO of the Ford Motor Company. Ford are just developing more and more incredible cars. All the manufacturers are developing more and more incredible cars, futuristic cars. They're all electric, right? But they're all car fans. They love coming back here and racing these things because this is the heart and soul of it, isn't it?
And guys, I don't want to be a lecturer, but you've got to hustle and you've got to get in front of people. And it's events like this where you've got to just pucker up and get out there and put your hand out, shake somebody's hand and say, hey, I want to do what you're doing and I want to be part of this. You did it. You went to BRDC and made the tea, right?
Absolutely. I made a great cup of tea, clearly, because it led to a fantastic opportunity with Fortec. And it's really just snowballed since then. And I look back at so many opportunities that I've had. Yeah. And if I didn't make the first step in the door, it wouldn't have led to anything.
Lightning can strike you, Johnny, but if you want it to strike you, go and stand at the top of a big hill on a thundery weekend and wave a copper pole in the air.
There
right?
you go.
That's what you got to do.
Good advice.
That's your advice, kids. Right. Apparently, the oil spill is being dealt with. We might end up back on track shortly.
Well, I hope so.
All right, so I think what we're going to do, we're going to go to the IROC awning, where I had a chat a little bit earlier on with Scott Borchetta, your pal.
Yep.
And what a great chap he is. Let's have a listen to that.
So we continue our little run around under the awning here of IROC, and I've caught up with Scott Borchetta of Big Machine Racing. Scott, great to see you, my friend. Before we do anything else, just tell us how you got on out on track just now, fresh from the track.
Oh, we had a great practice session. I think we ended up P3. And to be out here with all of my heroes and just look like we're supposed to be here is really an honor. And the car feels really good. We've made a bunch of changes to it. And they say it's an exhibition, but you know what happens. Once we strap on our helmet, it's like, how can we make it go faster? So.
Not a chance, not a chance. You've done pro racing. You're a racer. Everyone else under this awning is a racer. Yeah. But the list of who's who that has been behind the wheel of this car, I mean, with all of these cars, but with this one, it's someone else.
It's extraordinary. This car started off as a Camaro. And for those of you old school NASCAR fans, it's a Banjo Matthews chassis, and he was the premier chassis builder back in the day. Yeah. And then it was converted to a Dodge Avenger. And the first person to ever race this car was Cale Yarborough. But Mario Andretti has driven this car. Richard Petty and the Unsers, Al Jr., Bobby. You know, the list goes on and on. And the beautiful thing about IROC, all these cars, they never let a driver race the same car in the consecutive races. So nobody had, oh, you want to have the number 2 car. So whoever was in the car in the series that season pretty much drove the car. So, and it was in for several seasons. So it is a who's who.
It was an incredible series. We were just chatting to Scott Pruitt, explaining about, you know, how they got the 12 drivers that would race in the series. It was the best on the ovals, the best on the road, the best on the stock. And it was just a great thing, wasn't it? Just to be part of this. You were already, you know, you were right up there.
Yeah, you know, and you look around, you see a James Hunt car. Yeah. You see a Niki Lauda car. So it wasn't just American drivers. It truly was, you know, designed as the international race of champions. And, you know, we always hear stories when that old school would talk about, oh, yeah, when James Hunt came over and Niki. Yeah. And there was such a camaraderie because what I find around the world is race drivers are race drivers. Yeah. And there's a certain language that we all speak. So there's really a great family feeling about being here with all these guys. And, you know, just having the respect of the paddock to let me run with them is pretty cool.
Well, it is really cool, and we'll give it a mention because we were talking about it. This is your first time back in a race car since obviously you had your bit of an off in Trans Am, but good to see you back, my friend.
Yeah, it's great to be back. You know, I hadn't been in a race car since March 26th of 2023, and a pretty bad shunt. And so I think my professional career is definitely in the rear view. But my wife's been kind enough to let me do this and maybe a few other things.
Well, you're a car guy, right? You know cars, you love cars. So if you want to be involved in something, this is a great historic series to be involved in.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, when I was doing SVRA, one of the things I loved about it is we got to race on all of the premier tracks in America, from here at Laguna Seca all the way to Watkins Glen and all points in between. So, you know, getting to run those iconic cars on those iconic racetracks, it's pretty special.
Also pretty special this weekend, I pause for a moment, but Formula One over there, as a car guy, no one's ever seen a collection of Formula One cars like that together in one place before. It's incredible.
It's just extraordinary. And you walk over there and you see a Niki Lauda car again, you see a Senna and Schumacher, I mean, all the greats. And, you know, at the end of the day, really, this is about the stories. Yeah. All these cars and all these drivers, that's what we all love. And you get around them, they start talking, you know, talking to Zak Brown last night about his collection and the cars he's brought and he's involved with and what he's doing next year with the Triple Crown, which is really cool. So, yeah, it's just such a great community.
Scott, thanks for talking to us. Out racing again tomorrow then, like you say, kind of, it's, you're friendly and what have you, but we're going to see some proper racing, aren't we?
Yeah, it's supposed to be an exhibition, but I think once we get down the last few laps, everybody's going to put it on. But Ray made it really clear. Ray Evernham said, guys, I don't want to see a scratch on these cars. There's no metal to metal. And I do want to hit one thing. Big Machine Records turns 20 on September 1st. It's also the weekend of the Borchetta Bourbon Music City Grand Prix. And on that Friday night, August 29th, we're celebrating Big Machine 20. And that's what this logo is right here. And we're going to have an extraordinary lineup that includes Rascal Flatts, Riley Green, Sheryl Crow, the very first artist we ever signed, our very first #1. So it's going to be a huge celebration. So if you're coming to Nashville, make sure you get there for Friday night on Broadway. It's going to be a knockdown.
Man, if I could get that, I would be there. But best of luck with that. We'll see. We'll chat after this.
Let's talk to the boss.
We'll talk to the boss. They're over there. But listen, Scott, best of luck, man. Thanks for talking to us. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys.
That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
41.
Oh my God. So we are down here live in the pit and paddock then. I'm pleased to say I've just caught up with the owner of Intrepid Racing, Bert Skidmore. Bert, sorry, we were just mid-chat while the director's coming to us there, because I was catching my breath there. You just said, tell us again, how many times you've been coming out here to this event?
I started in ¡84. This is my 41st consecutive Monterey reunion.
That is absolutely incredible. I wonder if anyone else has done that many in a row.
I think they have, but we're getting few and far between. Yeah.
And bigger and better than ever, and going well for you once again this year?
Absolutely. I mean, our cars are great. Our customers are great. I got great mechanics. You can see on the wall, one of my guys, Johnny, has been with us for 20 years. This is his anniversary. I don't think get that on film, but he's been with Intrepid for 20 years.
That's fantastic, because obviously you're Johnny boy. Thank you. 20 years of great service and friendship. That's what happens. You're looking after these cars on behalf of the owners, and then they just become pals of yours that you go racing with.
Yep, they're all friends. It's all good stuff. Really cool.
And we're standing in the front of this one at the moment that's going out at 5 o'clock in Endurance, an Alfa Romeo.
Yeah, 1967 GTV that'll be driven by Nick Colonna and his son, Vinny. It starts at 5 o'clock and finishes at 6 o'clock. So they're going to have fun.
Yeah, that's going to be a long race. And so 2 drivers, 1 car for the hour?
Yep. They got a 3-minute mandatory stop, so they'll each drive for just under 30 minutes.
Awesome stuff. And what else have we got under the awning this year? Who's other?
We've got Joey Beaujolad with a Lola T298. Awesome car. It has a BMW 2-liter engine that puts out about 320 horsepower. I used to drive a Lola, that's called a 292. I used to drive a 286 that had a DFE power plant, 3-liter, and we had a lot of fun with that many years ago. That was good. And then we got a big block Corvette, 427 Corvette for Nick Colonna. Another
car number 161.
Yep. And then it's got like 650 horsepower, just a big thumper. And then we've got the Devon on the end, which has a 327 Chevy that puts out about 500 horsepower.
Fantastic stuff. Well, listen, Bert, it's great talking to you. I understand as well you're looking after cars this weekend for your customers. You're also going to do us a favour and go and speak to Johnny Green up in the announcer booth.
I can do it. Look forward to it.
Yeah, he can do it. So, Johnny, listen, I'll tell you what to do. We'll throw back to you and we'll send Bert straight on up.
All right. See you, mate. All right. Thanks, guys.
I can work to that plan. Yeah, Bert Skidmore, great name. I got great racing. If I come back as a racing driver, I want to be called Bert Skidmore. That's got to be me. Might have to do dirt track though, but what a great name and what a great company too. I've known Bert for a couple of years now, and really interesting guy. Those cars that they prepare, very interesting indeed. He's going to come up in the booth as we turn our attention now to the first race of the Peter Gregg Group 5 races, and once again, it's IMSA GTs from 73 to 81. And I'm sure Bert will have a fair few to say about that, though that is not necessarily his perfect expertise, but it doesn't matter. Everybody knows something in this game, and Bert's been coming to this event for many a year, so we'll get him up here in a moment. So the Peter Gregg Trophy. Now, Peter Gregg was a famous racer in his time. Son Simon Gregg also raced, and still does, I think, in Trans Am, but I think he's retired too. But Peter Gregg, one of the greats, and no question that his exploits in Trans Am between 71 and 73. He also won the 24 Hours of Daytona before retiring, and he came back out of retirement in 75, 76, and 78, winning the 24 Hours of Daytona yet again. He's also got IMSA GTO championships back in 74, 75, 78, and 79. So he is the real deal, Peter Gregg. And there is the corkscrew live at the moment, and you can see what a mess, sadly, they caused with the oil spill. But they've been working on it fairly hard for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes. And luckily, I'm fingers crossed, that we'll get back to racing soon, and that will be the 73 to 81 Peter Gregg Trophy. And coming up after that, Parnelli Jones Trans Am. That is Trans Am Historic, and Bert's coming in now. And we finished the day off with the Dan Gurney Trophy Endurance Race for 55 to 69 saloon cars. So, as you can see, a bit of a mess out there because, well, I don't know exactly where the oil started, but I've seen clear up all the way from here, the top of the hill, all the way down to turn 11. So before they realised what trouble was happening on track, there was a fair bit of oil put down. And Bert, this is just, it's just the way motor racing goes now and again. I was just saying, and I probably put the kibosh on it by saying so, that we'd had very few mechanical issues throughout the day of cars not showing up to grid, not being able to make it, or having problems on track. But as you can hear, I'm glad to say, the roar of engines tells us we're back underway.
Here we go.
Here we go. So what do you know, if anything, about this group of IMSA GT, GTX, AA, GT, GTU, and FIA? It's quite a mouthful for one, but not as complicated as it sounds.
Pretty serious race cars.
Yes. That's
what's at the front, a 962.
Yep.
935s. I got the pleasure of driving a 962 at Sebring and Daytona many years ago. What a great car.
Oh, no question. And as I said, Bert Skidmore alongside me, the man that runs Intrepid. How's it going? I was walking back to the booth while you were talking to Kev.
Yeah.
How's business?
Everything's good. Everything's great. We have a lot of work. I got great guys that are working for me. One of my guys, the best guy that I have is Johnny, that's been with me for 20 years. How about that?
That's pretty good. In this day and age, it's very good.
Yeah.
It used to be you get a job for life, but not anymore, not these days.
And it's hard to find good guys.
Yeah,
it really is, yeah.
I heard a good quote the other day about if you want to be a good racing driver, surround yourself with brilliant people. And I think that actually is, it's not often said, but it's the truth.
One of my customers that came from Nick Colonna said that.
Yeah.
Said you have to surround yourself with good people.
I think it's true of any profession, but I think more so in motor racing, because you are literally handing your life on a plate to the people around you.
Absolutely.
And there's got to be trust both ways for it to work, sure. Well, I know Zak Brown is out in this one again. Ken Epsman, another famous historic driver, is also out. Gunnar Jeanette having another run. Patrick Byrne, Ranson Webster. It's a who's who of historic racing, very much so when it comes to the drivers. But then again, you need to be a very good driver to pedal these.
What is Kenny driving in Beacon Monza?
Yeah, let me check on that. But
P2?
Yeah, 20, that'll be... Yes, Beacon Monza, you're absolutely right. From 1976. See, not applicable on that one. But, yeah, car number 20 with the Budweiser colours.
He'll be a big threat. He'll be a big threat.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I hadn't realised, Peter Gregg, how much he'd won when you actually look at what his career over a period was. It's pretty darn impressive. To come back out of retirement, it's never easy. You know, ask anybody who's done it, whether it be Alonso coming back to Formula One, although he didn't stop racing, or Michael Schumacher, or any others that have done so. I think once you leave the sharp end of motor racing, especially if you're at the highest level, very hard thing to do.
It's very difficult to come back.
Yeah, most motor racing is a moving target, as they say. Look at all that dry dust there,
grease
wet
sweep,
dry,
yeah.
whatever you call it. What do you call it?
Grease sweep. And I'll tell you what, it's very difficult to get through the first couple laps. You know, you're going to see big clouds of white dust.
Yeah,
you know,
and it's right on the racing line. As you can see, for the first time in the day, you're finally seeing what the race line absolutely looks like. Take a graphic picture of that, because that's how to race Laguna. But unfortunately,
I tell you what, you won't have any confidence, you know, being on that grease sweep. You know, it really is. It's not as bad as it looks.
No.
But it doesn't give you any confidence, you know, when you're going through that stuff.
I used to talk to the motorcycle riders about it and how much confidence they had, and they actually said that the compounds that they use now, I mean, they used to throw a bit of sawdust down to dry it up, but now the substance they use is wet dry, or whatever they call it. What do you call it?
Grease sweep. Grease sweep,
yeah. But it's so good that it actually gives, this is certainly in the motorcycle world, more grip sometimes, which you wouldn't believe. It's more a case of in your brain, do you trust?
That's very true. They're doing 2 pace laps, yeah?
Yeah, I think so. Makes sense.
It does make sense with big slicks, you know, to get them heated up.
Yeah. Late in the day, it's nice and warm out there, but I think given that there will be a bit of apprehension. This race last year was won by Timothy Pappas and Patrick Byrne coming second, and Ranson Webster. I don't know if Pappas is in the race this year, but certainly the other two, that's Patrick Byrne and Ranson Webster, are at the sharp end again this year. Alan Benjamin, who was in the booth earlier, he's also up there. He's in 6th place, so keep an eye out for him.
Where's Ransom starting?
He's starting in 5th place.
Okay, so he's another guy from Reno, who's a friend of mine. We've hauled cars back and forth from him, or for him.
Yes, and he's been around a while too, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
The thing is, it is a long day, but it's not a long day if your race is at the end of the day. You've been waiting all day for this, and people come in here at 6:30 in the morning. And so, you know, you want to give everybody a chance to do what they've done, because the hours of preparation, I don't need to tell you that.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of work, and if you don't get your car out on track, it really is a big disappointment. Friends and family come to see you, and you put the work in, prepared the car, paid people to do that, and it all comes to naught.
There you go. Yeah, it's no fun. The speed differentials in these groups. Did I see an Alfa Romeo way in the back? An Alfetta, I think, maybe driven by John Norman.
Yeah. Yep. Alfetta. Yep. That's exactly right. John Norman. Good spot.
Yeah.
1976. So the pace car off, and so we're about to go racing for Group 5. The first time the Peter Gregg Trophy has been in action here at Laguna this weekend.
Kenny's going to have a whole lot of grip.
Yep.
Especially with the big old torque engine.
They roll past our commentary position. The green flag waves down. Away we go. Lights blazing in the second place car for the 73-81 IMSA GTX, GT, GTU, and the FIA. Into and ready they go, and already building a lead at the front. Through goes the 61. That's Alan Benjamin, made up of place 2. Through goes the 55, or the 155, I think that's Chet Taylor. And already the front 2 are pulling away by about 4 car lengths as they head to turn 5 for the first time.
Well, you got that right. They've got it covered.
They do. Now they'll try to keep this as clean as possible. Patrick Byrne, Ransom Webster got a good start in the 42, the pink and white. Here he is.
135.
The 911 just seems like the perfect race car in many ways. I've had many a discussion about this, and I mean, it's just stood the test of time, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. They've been around forever.
There's that decon you mentioned.
Yep.
The number 20 with the Budweiser colours.
Yep.
Now, here we are, coming down through Rainey. This is where the main oil spill was, and you can see people taking slightly different lines, but that might be just the fact that they're in different cars, and of course, it is always a bit of a...
Is Bruce Canepa out there?
We'll check. I don't think so, because he was in the previous race, so I would doubt it. Cameron Healy's out there. Richard Goldsmith is out there. Bill Lyon is out there. And it's Gunnar Jeanette who goes straight to the front. Zak Brown second, Patrick Byrne third, Ken Epsman up to fourth, Ransom Webster fifth, then Ned Bacon sixth, Martin Lauber in seventh place, Chet Taylor eighth, Alan Benjamin's dropped again, now he's 10th, and Carrie Eisenlaw, who was in the booth just an hour ago, is rounding out the top 10.
Guys are putting on a good show.
Yep, just going through shot the 61. And that's the Porsche Carrera from 1975, Alan Benjamin, who I just mentioned. He's up here, 3-meter car.
I was looking at that Corvette, the red one. What's the number there? What a monster. Big block Chevy.
Zak Brown,
Massive.
as always, racing his own car. He's got a really eclectic collection of Zak. And he's not afraid to embrace any mark, that's for sure. He's been, in a Williams last year, he was in a McLaren today, and now he's in a Porsche. Love it. But they're all his, in his own collection. And as we heard from Scott Borchetta, they were swapping notes yesterday. I've seen Scott Borchetta's collection too. He's a real aficionado when it comes to both the Unser family and motor racing in America, full stop. And his big machine exploits have given him the opportunity to really get amongst it.
Patrick Byrne's going for it now.
Yeah, he's got him.
That's impressive.
Well, Zak's going to try the outside line, and do a switch back if he can do it. He's got good run. Now can he come back on the inside at 3? That's a usual trait, but he hasn't got the power at the moment into 3 to make that move. Have to wait his turn. Webster up to 5th. Bacon 6th now. Lauber 7th. Eisenlaw moves up to 9th, ahead of Lyon. Glad to see we're underway and the delay wasn't too bad. And we apologise for the delay, but that's motor racing, folks. I don't need to tell you. These fire-breathing monsters going up the hill at Laguna. What a sight. So have you had any work on any of these types of cars?
We haven't done any of the Porsche stuff. You know, most of the stuff we do, we do a fair amount of Ferrari work. All our cars are. We've got a Lola T286 or T292 2-liter car. We've got a Devon, Chevy-powered Devon, and another big block Corvette. So not much on Porsches. I can appreciate them.
You know, Zak Brown picks his cars very carefully, and not surprisingly, that 1981 935 he's in, winner at Daytona, Sebring, and the IMSA Championship in 1982. So a storied car, without a doubt, and one with a big pedigree.
Very impressive.
Patrick Byrne in that Corvette. He was one of the first modified production frame, wide-bodied, wide-tired, altered suspension cars. 1977 Corvette. And Byrne currently in 2nd place.
So is Jeanette just running away with it?
It looks like it, yeah. Yeah, he's already picked up, what, 4.5 seconds.
Wow.
Zach's dropped to 3rd now. And Ken Epstein's still 4th. I mentioned Kerry Eisenlaw. He was talking about his Porsche 912, 66, the all yellow, that raced in IMSA in GTU. And some GTO races back in 1980 to 84. And yeah, it's got a big, strong history like so many of the cars. And Ken Epsman now in 4th place. That was built by Decon Engineering and modified by Doane Spencer, driven by Chris Cord and Jim Adams through 1982.
Very cool stuff.
And there's Taylor in the 155 carving his way through. Chet Taylor. Making quite short shift work of cars around him. Keep an eye out for Matt Johnson also in his 69 Chevrolet Corvette. Oh. Well, now we're starting to go for it. I think everybody's settled down and realizes that the oil is not affecting the racing line anymore.
These guys are using up the track.
Yeah, they're using it all now. Yeah, it breaks my heart if a group doesn't get out or doesn't get a decent number of laps in. Now, they do get 2 runs at it for sure.
Yep.
To be nice, it was actually quite nice to get out in the paddock and see how many fans are here this weekend, and the paddock is full. It's really good.
It looks good, a good turnout, and I think tomorrow's going to be even better.
Yeah, I do. I think when you see it on TV and you are in the Bay Area, I think sometimes you wait to see what it looks like, and then you think, why don't I head down there tomorrow?
There you go.
Boy, you really see, look at him, he is wheeling that car. I love it with the white gloves. You really see just how much work they're putting in.
He's trying
Good day
hard
at the office.
Yeah. The yellow car, what number is that? He looked like he was smoking going into turn 2.
Is it the Porsche you're looking at?
Yeah.
There's a 935 K3. That's Steve Schmidt at the wheel. That could be him. Yeah, probably is.
Yeah.
Out of 11 they come. Zak Brown currently in 3rd. Lights blazing though on the decon.
All about him. Come on, Kenny.
I wonder how many laps Zak's got around this place now. He comes here every year and he says he's coming back every year. So.
Oh, and the same thing with Kenny, man. He's been here so many years.
A lot of respect, and that's what you need. It's almost hard to race carefully.
Yes.
That makes sense. And that's exactly what they're doing. Side-by-side action And Zach loses out here this time. Ken Epsman makes the move just after turn 10. What do I say? Nowhere near turn 10. Turn 4, just on the exit. Now he starts to climb towards the Rahal straight. Named, of course, after Bobby Rahal. His son Graham, currently still in Indy.
Bobby Rahal was my co-driver at the Le Mans Classic in 2006.
Yeah.
It was really fun. Good time.
I bet.
All that grease sweep is pretty much gone. Confidence will start building.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting towards the end as they get into traffic, because you can see, look how quickly that
they're going to start lapping people.
Yeah, Brown is caught up again now with that lap traffic, and just giving a chance for all of us to get a little closer racing. Turpins and Kraus now moving into the top 10, and we've got a good group coming out of 3 and into 4 under the bridge.
How far back is Epson from Byrne?
Good question. Let's have a look. Not that far. A couple of seconds.
Yeah. He might be able to make it up.
Yeah, and he's got time to do it. 3 laps to go, and especially with the traffic, that's going to negate some pure lap time for sure. Where's the one place you don't want to get stuck, do you think? Probably coming down this hill.
Yeah, turn 9 and 10.
Yep. It's just not that many lines, is there?
No.
Here's a good example. Look, coming into 10, there's nothing he can do. Just have to sit and wait.
Yep.
Like I said, I've done a lot of bike racing here, and there's a lot more agility, as it were, to make a move like that at turn 11. But he did go awfully wide there. Gave him a very big open door, as Lauber we see on track. This is the battle for 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10, and Lauber is leading it in the all-red 64. Nice little battle. And Eisenlaw getting back into the top 10.
Who was driving that? Is that the Momar car?
Yeah, what, the 30? That's Turpins and Kraus.
Got it. Doing a good job.
'79 Porsche. Big screens purveying the pictures, which gives the crowd a chance to spread around the track, of course. So they've got screens in the paddock, they've got screens up at the corkscrew, and I was watching the screen just between 3 and 4 yesterday. So there's plenty of places to get a perch, see them for real, and then catch up with the rest of the lap from where you take your perch.
I'll tell you, with the camera that they have here, obviously it's with the drone, it has awesome footage.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Well, and since the drone pilots, and ours is a pretty damn good one, they've now become coverage cameras, because you really do see the distance changing. You really do see the cars in front.
Yep.
And in previous racing, I'm not saying there was anything wrong with it, but the drone just gives us a better perspective of what he's dealing with going into that corner.
Yeah.
And of course, the next extension would be to have the onboards live, but that gets a little pricey, especially in historic racing. It's a whole new endeavor. But the drone just gives you enough, I think, to give you the perspective.
Yes, it does.
Here's the leader, Gunnar Jeanette. He's going to have one more to go after this. He's got the lights blazing to let everybody know.
White flag.
The man from Florida starting his last lap here in the Peter Gregg Trophy in the swap shops number 6.
What's he doing for lap times? Minute 30?
I did a 1:33. His best lap, best lap of 1:30.3. He's dropped it off to 1:32s now, and I'm sure that's partly to do with the traffic. So Zak Brown not going to get on the podium, I don't think, this time, but he's had a good day, that's for sure.
Gunner's done
Yeah. Well, he's a good pair of hands. Seen him many places.
Yeah,
and he's raced everything from GT40s to Formula 1 to you name it. Good to have Richard Goldsmith out there in the Decon Monza. And Ken Epsman winning that battle. He'll finish third and on the podium. And they're handing out the prizes midday or during the middle of the day tomorrow. As Gunnar just makes his way through as he heads towards 10 for the final time. And it was a pretty normal day at the office then for Gunnar Jeanette. Another car pulling off out of the way, of harm's way, that is. As the checkered flag is raised for Gunnar Jeanette of Florida and the Revs Institute.
Very nice.
Patrick Byrne finishes second. Ken Epsman will take third, and Zak Brown in fourth. Webster, Turpins and Kraus were 10th position. They got all the way up to 6th by the end of the race, so good work by them. And well done to Carrier Eisenlaw, who was here in the booth not just an hour ago, taking 9th place.
It was a good race.
Yeah.
Everybody
I'm just glad they got their chance to race. Have you got any more races?
We've got one more. So there's an enduro at.
So then we come to the finish of this one. Harry Eisenlaw crossing the line. Chet Taylor in 10th position. Martin Lauber 11th. Bill Lyon in 12th position. Steve Walker 13th. Frank Hossenwitz. Is that how I pronounce it? Hossenwitz. That's in 14th position. Sorry, just got distracted. Andy Brill just came in. He's coming in for a race, but I think he's trying to...
We've got one more race at the Enduro at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock.
And Andy's coming in for that, What have you got in that?
Alpha GTV with Nick and his son Vinny Colonna driving it.
Oh, cool.
They're going to have a blast.
Oh, that will be fun, yeah. That's the International California sign of hang 10, baby. Surf's up here at the Rolex Monterey Motorsports reunion. It's been a great day. And confirmation of the results then of the Group 5 Peter Gregg Trophy. Gunnar Jeanette wins in the Porsche from 1981, the 935L. And then the Greenwood Corvette from 77, Patrick Byrne. Ken Epsman in the Decon Monza from 1976, ahead of Zak Brown in 4th place. Ransom Webster in another 935 takes 5th. Then it's Alan Turpins and Philip Baden Kraus in 6th position. Then Liebenberg in 7th, Ned Bacon 8th, Carrie Eisenlaw in 9th, and Chet Taylor rounding out the top 10.
Good job.
Well, thank you, Bert. Appreciate you coming in.
My pleasure.
I'll let you go and prepare your cars for your next race.
Perfect. Thank you, Tom.
Good to see you.
Appreciate
Good luck. We'll be watching.
Have a good one.
Thank you. Well, the Trans Am cars are coming up, and Kev has been beavering about, and he's got up close and personal with Josh Fieber, who's out in the next race. Let's hear from him.
Well, just as we're wrapping out, the cars are on track. The next group to go out are Group 2, 1966 to 1972 Trans Am cars. They're noisy things, but they're also my favourite, and the young man that's put it on third for this one, Josh Fabian, next to me now. Josh, going out in the 1969 Camaro. Looking forward to a good race?
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're hoping to put on a good show.
Talk to us about this car then, because not yours, but you're keeping it in the family.
Exactly. So this car belongs to my dad, 1969 Camaro. It was originally run by the University of Pittsburgh, so they taught a class on car dynamics, and they bought one of these, and the university originally raced it. A group of students crewed the car.
It's an awesome looking bit of kit. The liveries and the colours on these period correct cars are fantastic. Your dad's watching somewhere in the crowd though, so you got to make sure you look after it.
Yeah, both my dad and mom are here, so hi Mom and Dad, yeah, hope to have a good race.
You've been racing all kinds of things though, but it's the historics that you love.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just a great group of cars. It's a fun group of people. Just a lot of fun.
And also as well, you got to get ready to go out, but right after this you're not done, because you've got the endurance race coming up, and you've got a pretty cool car that you're using for that.
Exactly. We're going to run a Lotus Cortina, do a little an hour endurance race, so yeah, it should be a good race in that as well.
And high-fiving your dad for the hour.
Exactly, yeah. Should be a nice father-son thing.
Josh, thanks for talking to us, my friend. Sitting in third at this point. Let's see what happens when they go racing.
Absolutely, thank you.
Johnny, back to you.
Thank you, sir. And we're getting down to the business end, or the closing end of day one. We've got a full day tomorrow coming up. Looking forward to that. But it's been a busy, busy day. Only one real delay, and that was just about half an hour ago when we bet a bit of an oil spill, which caused the famous Charles Nurburg to have a spin. And when he did, I was like, that's not like Charles. And, of course, the truth was it wasn't like Charles because the oil was damp. Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy, one of my favourites coming up, and I'm delighted to be joined by one of the local heroes here, Armando Miranda, who is one of the track announcers here and has been for many years. Armando, welcome.
Thank you.
How much of a passion for Trans Am? Because this is where the glory days of Trans Am were, for real. Well, it's not like we're reliving them. This is where it started.
Oh, absolutely. I was thrilled to get down here for this because initially I was brought into this track to cover MotoGP, and then at the time, and then World Superbike, and then American Superbike Moto America. But as I ease more and more into Carland, I can't let go of that. One of my first memories of being at a racetrack was here for a Can-Am and Trans Am event in the early 60s as a small kid. Mm-hmm. So I definitely have an affinity for this class of the big American V8, or we call it the Big Rumble, in our booth. Yep. We've got some of our usual suspects here, fast machines. And there's people like number 64, Chad Reynal, that 69 Camaro, that's yellow and black. Well, Chad's also very busy helping some of these other people with the restorations of their Chevrolets in this category. So there's a lot of people that put a lot of effort into making sure and keeping this class alive and well.
Yeah, well, and another name you will be very familiar with is Bill Auckland. And just before they were strapping in, our man Kev Havers had a quick chat with him. Let's go down to Kev.
Well, I'm just catching up with a car that I absolutely love and a driver I've spoken to many times before, Bill Auckland. Bill, great to see you, my friend. We're just saying it's the Hot Wheels livery that people love, and I'm one of those people.
Yeah, no, everybody really likes it. It's a unique car. There's only two of them that exist, and this one's the best one. So it's driven by Dan Gurney and Swede Savage, and it's a lot of fun to drive.
I can well imagine. I mean, just look at the colours and the styling on this thing, but a lot of fun to drive. Raw power. These things are a real brute, aren't they?
Yeah, and the Mopars, the Plymouth and Dodge, the motors are a bit different than the power band than some of the others. They have actually more torque, maybe not quite as much top-end power, but the torque is a good thing to have in these cars, so it's a good motor.
And you were out in the session just before we had a little bit of oil on the track, I think you said.
Yeah, I was out in the Duracell Camaro, and somebody took the wrong line to the corkscrew, and I guess took their oil pan off, and there was oil all the way through the corkscrew and through 9 down to 10, so it was kind of a wasted session.
Yeah, a bit of a shame. And I've just realised then I was up at the corkscrew when you were going past me in that Duracell Camaro. I was actually on the wall, I think, just a couple of laps before that incident. But that's a great place to watch from. And oh boy, it's a famous corner, but it must be a great corner to drive.
Yeah, no, that is fun. It's unique. There's no place else like that. So it takes a little getting used to, especially coming into it. People don't realize there's a rise in the track before you go into it, so it's blind going up to it and then blind going through it again, so it's really different.
Bill, best of luck for this one then, lining up near the front of the grid. It's gentlemanly racing, but you're going to be going for it, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll have fun.
Sure will. Johnny, keep your eyes peeled for this one then. Number 42, Plymouth Cuda, maybe the best looking car out there.
Certainly is. Bill Auckland winning this race this time last year, and Sweet Savage, another great name. I always love it. I always think of racing drivers, you've got to have a cool name, or you wouldn't be fast,
Oh, absolutely.
So, a fantastic group, and the historic Trans Am, and I just said to, if you were just joining us, but I just said to Armando, this is where the glory days of the Pony Wars, the Trans Am Wars that were when this set of cars, which, let's face it, are basically cars that you would take to the supermarket, to the grocery store, but they turned them into showcase racing cars. The money from the manufacturers, the epitaph was definitely race on Sunday, buy on Monday, as it is for all racing series, but this more than any other, I think. And it got the magic of Roger Penske behind it. It got the magic of the likes of Vic Elford and Tullius and so many others, and great to see current Trans Am driver. Tommy Dreesy also out there. And yeah, just a great field. The Trans Am Historics have been around for a long time now. But just squint your eyes back into black and white and imagine yourself here in 1969, 1970. And, well, these hills, I reckon, Amanda, would probably been packed to the gills, wouldn't they?
Oh, absolutely. They used to get a crowd here, even with the old configuration. It looks like one of the Bud Moore cars has come in as a pace car.
One of the big cars, too, yeah.
Yep, it's too bad. I had the pleasure of working on one of the Bud Moore cars. One of my family members had one for a while. And we're rocking it now.
Yep, we are away, and the beautiful sound of Trans Am ricocheting off the Monterey Hills once again as we start up on Nellie Jones Trans Am Trophy Race 1, 66-72. And like I said, this was the purple patch for Trans Am. A series, by the way, it's still the longest and continuous road racing series in America, but it lost its heyday after the mid-70s. It kept going, but just wasn't as prestigious, and it's made a big comeback in recent years. And it's good to see because these are great cars. Good to see Jeffrey O'Neill, who's also a perennial historic man, loves his racing, especially historic Trans Am. There's good names out there. And I mentioned Tommy Dreesy, currently in 9th, and you may have heard of John Hildebrand, J.R. Hildebrand.
Well,
that's the IndyCar driver's father, isn't it?
Yep. Well, sorry about interrupting on that, but it's funny, you were talking about that whole race on Sunday and getting your grocery getter. Nothing exemplifies that more than the 49 John Hildebrand's Grey Ghost from Tiburon, California. I mean, that was built by Herb Adams at Pontiac, and when they stopped the race program, they had these parts left over. They were forbidden to build a race car.
By their wife's, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was Sandy's car in '64 Tempest in the driveway. So all of a sudden, it was like, "Honey, I hate to tell you this,
if I bring the groceries in."
Yeah, and that was literally it. It was a very big car, but a lot of suspension work went into that. It was definitely a labor of love. So they were going to make it happen one way or the other, either with the blessing or sometimes, as they say, it's better to ask forgiveness than to ask for a blessing.
Yeah, it was really an interesting series in many ways, still is, but the shenanigans that got involved with the big money, the big drivers that came to drive in the series. I mentioned Vic Elford. Well, the car that Tommy Dreesy's driving was an original Vic Elford car, which now Tommy owns and has for some time. There's the Grey Ghost. There it is.
Yep. Out front, Patrick Byrne already gapping the most of the field with that 2X. Patrick's getting a lot of track time this weekend between driving this car, driving that 63 Corvette, and that wide body number 40 that was in the last race, that beautiful Greenwood Chevrolet Corvette. So he's got his hands full, and he's jumping from Ford to Corvette to ancient Corvette by comparison to the newer ones. So it's definitely testing his skill set.
I was going to say, it's quite a mind meld to jump into different cars of a day on the same track. It must freak you out when you come to a breaking point and think, what am I in right now? What have I got underneath me?
Oh, absolutely. And we got, looks like Mike Joy, our one of our announcers / moto journalists. He's a great guy.
Who says announcers aren't fast?
I know. Go get him, Mike. Plus, he's an older announcer.
And Scott are in the race.
There we go.
So Mike Joy, if you know that name, of course, from NASCAR fame, still at the top of his game. Listen to him every weekend. And his son Scott still now very much getting into the historic scene and enjoying it. But, and Mike, delighted to be racing with him.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Mike was on the mic with us a lot last year due to the fact that he blew his motor in his car before his race. But I even asked him, I said, are we going to get you up in the booth? He's going, if the car's running, no.
No. Yeah, he's not a big guy for doing, busman's holidays, as we call them in England,
right.
Which means you're going to work, but you're not really going to. One of the best in the business, certainly in America, there's no question. Ken Epsman out again. He's in the number 2 this time. And he was just in the last race, and that's the AMC Javelin.
Yeah, Bruce Canepa driving that 6A Javelin, red, white, and blue. That was a Penske car in the day. However, they did some interesting things, like they actually bought Porsche rotors and put AMC part numbers on them, a certain volume of them, so they could qualify for the racing. And that was, I believe, it was a Mark Donohue car he was driving at the time. But that was definitely one of the Roger Penske's early forays into this type of racing before it became the powerhouse that he was.
Yeah, and motor racing's always been a game of if you can get away with it, it's always been a sort of unwritten rule that you tried everything in the book, including, back in the day, they even dipped these cars in acid, some of them did, just to make them lighter.
Yep. And you knew somebody was cheating when you put a six-pack on top of the car and the roof caved in.
Disappeared, yeah.
No, trust me. There was some drag racing used to do that constantly. Right now, we've got Patrick Byrne out there with a 144.405. However, look at it. Chad Reynolds right behind with a 144.373.
It's quicker.
So it's just a question of, and he's gotten around them on the bottom half of the corkscrew as they're coming into turn 9. You can see Byrne's getting a little bit loose.
Yeah, this is a great race, isn't it? Look how close they are, too.
Oh, yeah.
So then, Patrick Byrne. I think does he have a problem? Because he's now got another car overtaking him.
Yeah, but that's also that University of Pittsburgh project car that's been pretty good runner for some time. Joshua Fiber driving it.
Yeah, we heard from him with Kev earlier.
Yep. But you're seeing a couple of the big cars starting to get a little loose. One of the problems with this wonderful race facility, as much as we love it, is the people are talking about the new surface has gotten a little bit greasy. Initially it was tacky. Now some people have complained it's a little bit loose, let alone in the afternoon when you get a little breeze and you get that fine dusting, especially in corners like turns 5 and 6 when you're going up the hill. You're going to bottom your suspension a little bit, and when it unloads and you got that light film, it feels just a little bit loose. I haven't done it in a car. I can tell you on two wheels, yes.
You know, you say you started covering MotoGP. I the same, but in England I covered back in the day. So my first real understanding of Laguna Seca was from motorcycle racing, and you're absolutely right. They often complain about the dirt on the sides getting onto the track, and it's a sort of mixture of sea air, salt, and gravel that combines to make it really greasy.
Well, like I said, this type of weather, great for the motor, not so great for the tires.
So then 6 laps to go. Renal, Fiber, and Byrne. Scott Joy up in 4th place. Bill Ogland, who we spoke to, in 5th. Epsman up there in 6th. Flute, McGovern, Hildebrand, and then Fiskin and Hugenholtz. What a great name. In 10th position.
Oh, you're seeing him come down out of 9. You're seeing just a little bit of drift on the back end of him. And that Fiber machine, the 19 Camaro, is now ahead of Chad Reynal as they're coming through turn 10 and turn 11. See if Chad's got the horsepower to take it back.
This is really close. This is great.
Oh, yeah. These guys have a lot of fun doing this.
Oh, yeah. Well, Bill Auckland in 5th now. Epsman drops to 6th. Peter Kloop, we haven't mentioned him much, up at 7th.
Patrick Byrne trying to put the move back in turn 2. He gets back around Scott Joy. He's running in 3rd position behind that number 19. That Camaro from University of Pittsburgh. I love the fact that they went back to the original livery of when it was racing with as a university project.
Tommy Dreesy dropping to 14th. I don't know if that's a mistake or he's just handling his pride and joy. I asked him earlier in the weekend, I said, you going to give it a go? And he goes, nah, I'm just going to poodle around. He loves that car. And when Vic Elford passed away, I was able to interview Tommy here at Laguna that weekend, and it was very special that he could honour Vic's passing.
Look at how tight this group is. Patrick Byrne putting a big move on the 19 of Fiber, and he's gone up the hill a little bit ahead of him. He's trying to make up some ground, see if he can get back up to striking distance with Reynal. We got 5 down, 5 to go, people.
Yeah, this is great. What a great shot that is, looking down behind the corkscrew, a sight we wouldn't have seen before the drone.
Oh, yeah.
You see that drop off very clearly now, and you can see the weather in the background. Certainly in the morning, you get to see the fog, and it's just glorious. Down through rainy, they're coming into 10.
Like I said, a 5-story drop at 450 feet in length. That's a definite suspension tester.
Yeah, no question. And on the inside goes the 2. Look at this. They're almost 4 wide coming towards the line. 4 to go after this. Into Andretti. Adam Andretti currently still driving in Trans Am. Spent a lot of time with Adam during the Trans Am series, and he does both TA and TA2. And he gets a chance. Just like any Andretti, give him a car and let away.
Yep. Patrick Byrne out front again. Joshua Fiber, second place. Chad Ray now relegated to third as they go through turns 4, the 42, that big hole. Dodge coming up, the 42.
What made this series so important was because the manufacturers decided that, okay, if you're going to put a car out there, we got to put a car out there. And there was a lot going. There was a lot of fighting for, you know, what car was the best car. And if you could prove it on the racetrack, then, you know, the sales... Whoa! Big moment, that. Now, that was a strange slide at that part of the track going up the Ray Hall straight. I don't know if he missed a gear or what, but that was odd, wasn't it?
It was very odd. It just... it's the straightest part of the track up there. He's got an issue.
Yeah.
It's an issue. Chad Ray now is putting his hand up. He is going to be calling it a day wisely, not to the detriment of his fellow racers and or his machine and himself. But you can see it shifting and shimming. That might have been a suspension component that went. I don't think he's leaking any liquid or anything like
slow
that.
Punch of the way he drifted sideways.
But even the way the car is sitting,
well,
it doesn't look
he's carrying on, interestingly enough. And now double yellow's out.
Yeah.
And a white flag as well. So they've slowed it right down. And so I don't know whether, I think Renal's trying to sort of show them that there's something wrong before anybody else knew it. But put the kibosh on that for sure. It was Byrne leading at the time.
The car was running extremely well.
Yeah.
And I think it's something suspension-wise because the car was definitely listing around, and there's nothing to look at any kind of fluid coming out of it. No flat tires, and that was just a very odd place to break loose. So much to Patrick Byrne's dismay, that yellow flag. So now everybody's going to be climbing right up on his tailpipe. Joshua Fiber, second place. Chad right now still holding on to third. Bill Ockerlund with number 42 in fourth. And Kludt, number 63. That is Peter Kludt with that Ford Mustang notchback in white, hanging on to fifth position.
Well, we've just heard from race control that there is oil on track, so that's another reason, if not just the reason, for both the caution and whatever happened to Chad Renault. But I think I don't think that was oil, to be honest, but it may have been. Just a strange place to go sideways.
Yeah, it was.
Under acceleration.
And especially with somebody who's got so much experience in this track.
So then, back under caution, but some great racing.
Oh, absolutely.
In that one.
Good crowd today for a Friday
Yeah,
crowd.
really
It seemed
good.
like there's more people than previously. We're glad to see it. You all came out. Hopefully you've been enjoying the Formula One display and the IROC display. There's been something for everybody.
Yeah,
here.
look, you can see it now.
Yeah, there's a little bit of stuff on the surface. At a bad spot right there at turn 5 and turn 6.
Let's head down and hear from a former world Formula One champion. Jenson Button is with Kev Harris.
So the final race of the weekend is getting set and ready to go, and it's an endurance race, and I'm pleased to say one man that knows his way around the historic circuit. Jenson Button, great to see you once again, Jenson. This time last year we had a little chat. You were going out, I think, in your own Jaguar C-Class. This time a little Alpha.
It is, yeah. It's a little GT Junior, which Maz for Waz and myself bought a couple of years ago. So, yeah, we're having fun with it. It's good, yeah.
Is this your first time out on track today?
Yes, yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah, you've been waiting around all day for this, and now it's all eyes on you because you're about to go.
So we're doing the Enduro in a Cup car as well, and I put in the IMSA. But Maz did the short race today in that to get him ready, and I'm doing the Enduro in this and also running this tomorrow morning. So, yeah, it's so much fun. I mean, they're slow as hell, but they're so much fun, and that's what I love. It's, you know, that's the big part here. It's all the different types of cars and wheel-to-wheel action. It's got a lot more like competitive, I think, than the last few years.
I think so.
You know, it's, you know, obviously everyone's having a jolly, they're enjoying themselves, but I think the competitive edge is coming out a bit more for everyone, which is good, which is what I like. But no, there's some really quick cars actually, these two Alphas especially. So if we can get near them, we'll be good.
But also, we've got to mention here, there's a phenomenal collection. 75 years of Formula One is being celebrated down there. Your championship-winning car is on display from 2009. That is an incredible visual kind of evolution of Formula One on display down there.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see where it's come from and where it is now. Also the difference in
size,
yeah,
right?
and also through the decades, how they've just changed. It's not just gone from really small to really big. You know, through the years, the ideas of the regulations and the way cars have been designed by the engineers is phenomenal. How, you know, when you look at what they were trying to achieve with the different cars. So now it's really fun to walk around there and see the different things. You know, I love the old Honda from the 60s. I mean, it's just a little bit scary to think that people drove that. But no, then you start getting into the carbon era of cars, and those are the things that I remember as a kid growing up, and obviously have driven a few of them as well. I've driven a couple of the McLarens that are on the stand as well.
We had a great little chat to Takuma Sato earlier. He'd been out in one of Nigel Mansell's cars, 1986 FW11 Williams. He got out, he was grinning from ear to ear. He was just like, he was like a small boy. It was amazing.
Yeah, we don't get to drive old cars very often. And when we do, normally it's not on a track. So what a lovely opportunity for him. I've driven a few cars. I've driven one round here, an F1 car, and another place around the world. And it is really special, you know, and driving something that one of your heroes drove, for example, like our Nige or Ayrton or Alain Prost, it's mega for us. And it's actually a really emotional time for us because we, you know, for me, I sat on the couch with my dad watching Formula One in the 80s. So to drive those cars that we watched, yeah, it means a lot.
Brilliant stuff. Listen, Jenson, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get ready. Go well in this one. We look forward to seeing it.
There you go. Former Formula One world champion, and by the way, still racing at the top of his game. Here are the results then of Group 2 Parnelli Jones Trans Am Trophy. Patrick Byrne with the win. Josh Fiber, who we spoke to before the race in the 69 Chevrolet. So Ford win this edition of Race 1. Can they do it again? Because the Chevrolets are right there in second and third, as you see. Chad Renault with that problem of some sorts. It could be the oil, it could be a mechanical, we don't know yet. Bill Ockerland taking fourth position, Peter Kloot in fifth, Mike McGovern sixth, Scott Joy in seventh place, Ken Etzman eighth, Bruce Canepa in ninth, and then Gregor Fiskin and Hans Hugenholtz, the top 10. That's how they finished, and we've got one more big race to come, and that, of course, is our Endurers. We'll take a short break. We'll be back, and I'm going to be joined by Andy Prill. Looking forward to that, and we've got the Dan Gurney race coming up very soon. Stay with us.
What path do you take? Out here? It's a whole world of paths. Now, if you ever find yourself stopping in your tracks, well, we think that's a good thing. Because that is where the right path can lead. This is Monterey County. Find your way here.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys. That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Well, how about this? As you walk around the Rolex Monterey Motorsport reunion, you start to take a look at a few people. You go, wait a minute, those overalls look familiar. And then you chat to the guy. Turns out the surname's familiar as well. Justin Gurney, son of Dan Gurney. Great to see you, my friend. Thanks for talking to us.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Yeah, this is outstanding.
Yeah, and we're stood next to a car then that's got quite a story. And just ahead of the endurance race that's going out, Johnny, this is actually going to be the pace car, but it's a car that your dad raced in back in the day.
Yeah, true. 1961 Silverstone saloon car race. He entered it everyone was driving 3.8 liter Jags, and of course my dad was like, no, I want an American car, so he brought this big monster. I can't believe imagine driving into the paddock, what the people must have been like, what the hell is that? So anyway, he ended up getting the pole, led 10 of 12 laps. On the 10th lap, the left rear wheel broke.
And then am I right in saying as well that then the Brits, he took this to Silverstone, and then when he got there, the Brits really didn't like it, right?
Yeah. Well, they especially didn't like it when he got the pole and led almost the entire race. So when the wheel broke, he goes, oh, I'll just fix it and I'll enter the next round. Yeah. So the next round was at Silverstone as well. When he got there, they said, nah. Yeah. So apparently the Jaguar guys got together and said, nah, we can't have this big monster beating us.
They kind of colluded against him. They kind of changed the rules and said, nah, it's not within the rules anymore.
That's right. So because of that, he didn't have time to mess around. He sold it there on the spot to a friend of his that was an Australian guy, and the car was gone. So my dad had it. He raced it one time, and he owned it for like one weekend.
And then it was sold. And then where did it go in the interim? He sold it there at Silverstone or the next weekend, somewhere in the UK. Yep. Where did it end up, and how is it back here now?
Yeah, so the guy he sold it to, his name was Laurie O'Neill, friend of his who lived in Australia. So the guy took it to Australia, changed it to right-hand drive, took the 409 out and put a 6-cylinder in and used it as a tow vehicle to tow his race car. It surfaced about, I don't know, a decade ago. It surfaced, and a guy named Ed Foster from Goodwood, he purchased the car and fixed it to what it looks like now. And I heard he posted it like on Facebook or whatever. And so I called him and I said, look, Ed, if you ever decide to let that car go, please call me. If I have the means, I want it. And he called like 6 or 8 months ago. He called me and said, Justin, I'm getting ready. I think I'm going to let the car go. Do you still want it? I said, hell yeah, I want it. So that's how it happened.
It's a great story. It's come full circle. And excitingly for all the fans here at Laguna this weekend, you're going to be the pace car for the endurance. So people are going to see this car with you and your dad's overalls. It's going to be perfect.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, we'll see. I hope it's perfect. I don't know. It's very. First of all, if you look in there, it has a bench seat. How did he race that with a bench seat? It's beyond me, and no roll bar, no nothing. So I'm going to drive it nice and slow, and it'll be all right.
But you've been having a great day and a great weekend, probably getting stopped all over and people asking you all kinds of questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Great time walking around the paddock and see all sorts of cars that my dad either drove or our company built. They're all over. They're almost on every road. There's a car that's tied to him, which is really special, yeah.
Really, really awesome. Listen, Justin, thanks for talking to us. You got to get your gear on and get yourself up to the pre-grid, but enjoy that pace car lap and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Thank
Great.
you.
Alex and Christian are both great competitors. That doesn't always translate to a smooth workplace.
Hydrate, hydrate.
Boom. Productivity around here? Not smooth. Excuse me 1 second, guys.
That's it. One of you get me a coffee.
Want a barista quality coffee fast? With Java House, you just peel, pour, and enjoy. No complicated brewer needed. Amazingly
smooth.
Not smooth.
Here is where connections come naturally. Monterey County. Find your way here.
Welcome back to the Rolex Monterey reunion here at WeatherTech, Laguna Seca. Final race of the day, and it's going to be a cracker. This is where you're kind of flagging a bit because we've been here since 6 in the morning, but this one always gets our spirits up and doesn't get any better than having a Formula One world champion. There he is in the number 5, Alfa Romeo. Doesn't think he's got much of a chance, but I'm delighted to be joined once again, as ever, by Andy Prill, who's done this race a few times with me, and I know he enjoys it just as much as I do because you're invested in it, aren't you? This is kind of like your favourite race, isn't it?
It's 27 years this year, believe it or
not.
Wow! You apparently get less for murder.
That's a good way of looking at it. What is so special about this? Because you've got a real interesting collection of cars here, and you can't predict it, can you?
No, it's a really eclectic mix of cars. Not something that is particularly common in North America, but seems to be growing in popularity, and even among the drivers, and hope the fans like it too, because it's going to be a great race.
Yeah, and those tuning in around the world will be very familiar with the marks out there, with Alphas and Minis and so on and so forth. But yeah, it is an interesting race, and it's great to have Justin Gurney out there. Tell us a little bit about you. You were keen for us to get that interview because it is a special representation from the family, and you were just saying earlier that Justin's got a sort of encyclopedic knowledge of motor racing, hasn't he?
Incredible guy. I hadn't met him to this weekend. I knew his dad a little. What a pleasure to meet the son, who is an encyclopedia of knowledge on Dad's cars and everything that he did, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
And we're very privileged to have this car, being the pace car. Incredible story. Dan Gurney purchased the car in America, out here on the West Coast, sensing that it was a competitive car because it had a special, what was called a strategic performance upgrades in its engine. Got the car driven across the continent to New York, shipped to the UK, entered it for the Silverstone touring car race, put the car on pole with bench seats, and almost won the race if it hadn't been for a small mechanical near the end of the race. What a story. I mean, talk about the lengths to go to. Incredible.
And it looks unwieldy, doesn't it? I mean, yeah. It doesn't look as though it would race anywhere.
No, but he did. It's got bench seats, weird belts, and look at the thing. It's just incredible. What an absolute privilege to have Justin here driving Dad's car as our pace car for this saloon car race.
Pretty special. Like you said, he's not going to be driving it too fast. What a great history. But I love the story of how he got it too. If you ever want to sell it, I'll have it.
Yeah, it belonged to Ed Foster, a Goodwood commentator. So a colleague of yours in ways.
Yes.
And yeah, he eventually phoned him, and I think the Gurney family are very, very happy to have it back in their hands.
Well, and that is the one thing I have learned about the racing community is it's true to its colour. In other words, if you make a deal or you suggest a deal, people follow up. People remember. People have got long memories in this game.
They do.
Good and bad.
Yes, indeed. I think at the grassroots, that's true. I'm not sure it's quite true of all the dealers.
Maybe not.
But there we are. What a fantastic sight.
A wonderful moment to celebrate our Dan Gurney Saloon Car Trophy. And, of course, Dan Gurney, without a doubt, you could almost say the epicenter of the American scene over the years, both before him and after him and during his time. He made such an impact and still does to this very day.
Yeah, well, as a driver, incredibly successful, Grand Prix winner, Le Mans winner, the person who started the tradition of spraying champagne at the end of races.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, incredible history, and then went on to become a major and extremely successful constructor.
And where do you think the Gurney flap came from?
Exactly. The Eagle Formula One cars, the Eagle GTP. Justin was telling me today that he'd walked the paddock and he thought there was one of Dad's products on every row.
That's amazing. That is pretty special. That's what I meant in many ways, was to say, you know, he has, in his own way, been a part of that DNA. Just watching that Holden going through, that is just a cracking car and just stands out like an eyesore, but it's great to see.
It is. That's a 1951. I mean, that is an old car.
It is an old car.
That's older than me.
So, Aussies, if you're watching, we've got a Holden for you. G'day. And they are. They're watching all over the world right now. It's great. We've even got people in Latvia, Ukraine, all watching a little bit of historic racing. Why not?
Well, welcome everybody. I hope you enjoy this. We're about to get going.
I think we're going to do another pace
one
lap
more
to get
pace.
going.
Yeah, there's a bit of oil down, unfortunately, from the last race, so they're going to clean that up a bit by driving over it, the oil soak, and I'm sure we'll soon be underway.
Now, Andy, like myself, you've seen a fair few of these on the roads of Britain, I'm sure, growing up. Ford Cortinas and Minis and the new names. Well, obviously, we've got the Austin Mini Coopers out there. There's the Alfa Romeo, seen plenty of those.
Yeah.
Ford Anglers, always a good car. 1959 Ford Angler out there.
Indeed, and this year we've got a Ford Falcon, I'm pleased to say.
Yes.
We've been trying to get someone to bring a Falcon for a couple of years because, again, an incredible American car that they were very triumphant in this sedan class. Apparently, they made the car like 90% of the production car. It was just a tiny bit smaller.
Mm-hmm.
The real factory racing cars. So yeah, interesting the efforts they went through. There it is. We're on screen now.
Oh, there you go. Now tell me about this one, Ford Lotus Cortina. How did Lotus get involved with Ford and Ford's Cortina?
Okay, so Colin Chapman, he had a very good relationship. Yeah, there it is, the GT. He had a very good relationship with Ford. Eventually led to the birth of the most successful Formula 1 engine, the DFV, double-4 valve. He wanted an engine for his Cortina that would make it a tiger out of a pussycat so he could go touring car racing. And they did a deal whereby they got Ford twin cam, 1600 twin cam engines. The engine was combined with the chassis, and there you have a Lotus Cortina GT. Very successful car. Jim Clark had numerous victories in Lotus Cortinas. It was one of the most successful touring cars of its era.
I didn't realise that Jim Clark had done as much as that. Just saw a quick BMW fly by there.
Yeah, no, that's an 1800 Ti. Yeah, that's an interesting little car. There's a couple out there.
Frank Zucchi's out in the Alfa Romeo Giulietta Ti from 1964. I caught him underneath it earlier this weekend.
Yeah,
to say hi.
So,
yeah, 1800 Ti from 65, that BMW I think I saw.
Yeah.
And then there's an 1800 SA, Ti SA.
Yes.
From 65.
Another famous engine, actually, I think I'm right in saying that's the M12 engine. I may be wrong, but that was an engine that was very successful in all forms of motorsport. Single overhead cam, various capacities.
And lest we forget, there's Minis galore.
Yep.
And watch these guys go around Laguna. If you've not seen a Mini around Laguna, you're in for a treat.
So we're back to go green, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, here we go. Last race of the day. It's the Dan Gurney Trophy. Justin Gurney getting us underway in his father's car, leading the field. But now they spread out as the green flag waves, and we are racing in the two Alphas with Jenson Button sandwiched between another Alpha and a Mini on the inside. In second place as they go into Andretti for the first time. He's trying to get the inside line, but now jinks back to the rain line and settles into second place, does Button.
Yeah, look at the racecraft there. He was worried about that 17, and he just elbowed him away. You can't keep that guy down.
No, absolutely not. I was about to say, Jenson will be in a very different car in a couple of weeks here in America.
Here we go. Watch this under braking.
Whoa. Heading towards 5 for the first time. It's neck and neck between these two. Something's got to give between these Alphas. And now it's 3 Alphas abreast. Great stuff. Oh, and up the hill they go. What a race already.
This will be interesting. Into 6.
Yeah, where does he go? There's no room on the outside there, gents. Oh.
Whoa. Now that guy may be on. Oh, no, he held it.
All right.
I'll talk about track limits. That's interesting.
Yeah. Here we go. Up to the corkscrew for the first time. I think this is going to get a little bit tasty. As it should.
I was talking to Jenson yesterday, and he's had a new engine in this car. And it came from the UK, and he wasn't too happy with it because he was not on pole, but he seems to be making the best of it now.
All right. Well, he's like anybody. I mean, you can't take the racing driver out of the competition. There's no way. They don't do it for fun. It's not a case of that. Their job is to win, and they are programmed that way. And as he told us, him and John, his father, used to sit on the couch in the 80s watching Formula 1 races and dreaming of what was to be, and he got his chance.
Yeah, Jenson and I actually grew up in adjacent towns.
Did you really?
Yeah. I'm a bit older than Jens, but we were.
Where are you from?
I was from Westbury in Wiltshire, and he was from Frome in Somerset.
Yeah. Well, my granddad was from Frome.
There you go.
Yep.
Small world.
It is a very small world. It's a small country. We forget that.
So we've got Jenson Button, 2009 Formula One world champion in this race. We've also got Pat Long.
Yes.
In a classic Alfa Romeo taxi.
Why a taxi? Because that's what the taxis were.
The little bread van, the little sedan, the very square, boxy Alfa Romeo. There we go.
Jenson Button into the lead of the race here at Laguna Seca. He hadn't raced this track until last year when he brought his C-Type Jaguar that Fangio owned originally, and so he hadn't done many laps. Now he's done a bunch around it.
Yeah, he loves it too. He was up in the 57 club at lunchtime, gave a wonderful talk to everybody. Absolutely fascinating, and just honestly, to have that world champion here. He's obviously a great commentator himself, and pundit on various channels. And you just can't keep a good man down. It's great to have him here.
No, and I first met him back in the day, and I did for many years the Macau Grand Prix. And when Jenson was coming up through the ranks, you always looked at the talent coming to Macau, and Jenson came in with a star-studded F1 contract in his back pocket. So we all knew he was going to brighter and better, but they offered $100 grand if anybody could win both the Macau Grand Prix 2 races and a Korean 2 races, and he did just that.
Wow, he's always pleading poverty to me.
Yeah. Oh, well, of course. He's an Englishman at heart. So, another lap completed. And the Alphas having a heyday at their 1 and 2 at the moment, with an Alpha being chased hard by a Mini, Chet Taylor being chased by Greg Wald, Rob Fuller in 5th place, and Greg Hoff. So we do have the other drive. Just explain the rules here, because if you're new to this race, effectively there is a pit stop. It's mandatory, and you don't have to change drivers.
No, you don't, but you have to be stationary for 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So the car's got to come into the pits, stop. If you're doing a driver change, you've got plenty of time to do it without rushing. Some of the cars might actually need some fuel, because although this is enduro, most of these particular cars have been set up for 10-lap sprint races. So,
and what's the window, strategy-wise, where you might, if you're in traffic, decide, right, I'm going to come in now?
Well, we've got a 40-minute race. There'll be a man that tells them when the pit lane's open. So that's done to prevent leaving a pro in for too long, or to hopefully even out the field a bit tactically.
Yep.
So there's a pit window. The pit window will open, and then it shuts as well. So if you pit outside of the opening and the closing, you get a penalty.
Good battle we're watching here for 3rd place. Chet Taylor trying to hold off Greg Wald in the Mini. What a sight, look at that.
Yeah, and those Minis yesterday, we were out watching them through 9, and they were visibly quicker through 9 than the IROC cars, which is pretty incredible.
So I would presume then that Rob Fuller would be at the wheel now, but I'm not sure, and Greg Hoff will take the 2nd stint. There he is in that 960. And he's looking out the window to see if he can get his eagle eye on this.
Just want to see when that guy walk across with that open pit window.
Yeah. Well, you can see the clock here clicking down.
Yeah, we're getting there.
So the Button Fawaz, and they own that car. Bought it last year for this race, or just before this race. So Jenson has not really spent a lot of time in it.
Oh, we got a challenge for the lead by the look of it.
Side by side again. Taylor still under big pressure, though, from the 88 as they go through 3.
And it's a long, long race. Expect this for us, and expect the order to change. Tiredness will take its toll on people who aren't used to this. We'll see.
Well, Jenson's back out front, whatever that battle was.
Stuart Milne's doing a good job.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. And you've got to think, it's got to be a joy. I was talking to, because he's done quite a few races as Jenson, and everybody wants a bite at taking on a world champ, don't they?
Absolutely, yeah. Oh. He does take track limits seriously, doesn't he? Or not, as the case may be. Well, he's just passed him by driving off track. That's interesting.
Well, and I guess, like any racing driver, if nobody mentioned it in where the track limits were, or whether you'd be penalised for it,
He'd certainly be penalised in Europe, and it'll be interesting to see if Jenson's learned from that next lap.
We'll see.
I wouldn't bet against it.
Well, they're putting on a show here and pulling away from the rest of the field. There's some 4 seconds now, but they're having a good time of it, that's for sure. Milne holding his own for sure.
There we go.
How long Stuart Milne been doing this?
Oh, quite. I think he's quite a seasoned runner. Yeah, he's been around for a while. Ooh, look how close he took to pit wall there. He's not leaving anything on the table at the moment. Oh, Jenson. Yo!
Hey.
Oh, typical
Bounce over the
touring.
curbs.
There's that move again. Barge him out.
Yeah. Now, you could get back on the inside, and he's going to.
Yeah, Mill's got the line for sure into 3.
He's just going to hold him out there.
Yeah,
There you go, Jenson. Have a bit of that. Oh, anything you can do. I
What
can do
an
that
exit.
Too.
My God, he got the power down early there.
That is great. Amazing.
That was wild, that exit.
Now that Alpha that Jenson's in is a 1967 Romeo GT Junior.
Yep.
Dave Hammond, Gary Rutherford, C Production champion in 1968 in that. ARRC events 69, 70, B Sedan Nationals in 70, 71, 72, and GT3 in 81 to 84.
Great period history, and of course that's what we try to ensure here, that all the cars are correct and have a period racing history. So you're literally watching old history race now.
Yeah, we had Bill Warner in here earlier in the day about his job as chief steward and making sure that that does come to be.
Yep.
And not an easy job by any means, especially arguing with racing drivers who may not agree.
No,
with
and this year we've sensed that there's been some development, and Bill and I combined to write some eligibility regulations for this year. So we are cracking down a little bit. It's very much softly.
Yeah.
But overdevelopment in historic racing has become an issue. We've led the way in a way of originality, but we're following Goodwood's lead actually in clamping down even further and making sure that the cars that are racing out here are fair and period correct.
There's your Ford Falcon. Now, why was this such a hard thing to get hold of?
I don't know. It was surprising because we've had this race now. I think this is the 4th year, and this is the first time we've had an American car in it, which is wild, really.
Yeah.
And doesn't it sound glorious?
Sounds awesome, doesn't it? The 19A of Ross Myers and Aaron Myers. Now, is that father-son?
I think it is, yes. Yeah. And that's what we want to see in historic racing as well. And in fact, MRL in the UK have just done a thing called, or about to do a thing called the Generations Cup. So it's a one-make series for MGBs, and you must be with a relative, it's father-son.
Oh, that's great.
And, that's father-daughter. So let's see, we need some new blood in this sport.
Yep, good way to do it. The interesting conversations back in the pits, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. So we're at that phase of the race now, a little bit in, so we're 10 minutes in, and things are just starting to settle down.
Yep.
I predict that things will start to change again.
Yeah, it gets interesting, doesn't it, around the pit window, because they've spread out, as you can see. I mean, we've gone really spread out. Frank Zucchi down in 18th, some 42 seconds off the leader, but we've seen this race close up at the end very, very tightly, and it's nip and tuck usually. Well, let's hope it is again.
Yep. Well, in some races here, the speed differential is that such that they'd be being lapped by now, by this lap. So they're all hanging in pretty good. If it's 42 seconds on this lap, they're doing pretty well.
Scott Durnick currently in 7th position, or is about to take over the car of Polk and Durnick, but Scott was in here with me, has been a couple of times, did some F1 with me today, and we'll be back in, I'm sure.
Scott's a great supporter, a driver and a great supporter of the Monterey Historics.
Yes,
long-term participant at the Pera.
Gary Dreen in the 68 just going through shot there, just at the back of this group. There he is. Just chasing down the 71 of Jonathan Burke. Also, Adam Carolla in this group. He's had a couple of runs too. Another famous celebrity that has done this race and many others.
Always good to see Adam. Yeah, he loves his racing too.
Yeah.
Got some nice cars tucked away too.
There's your Holden.
Yep.
Beautiful. Looks like a giant Morris Minor.
That's exactly, you read my mind. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's funny.
Looks like somebody blew up a Morris Minor and said, oh, well, let's make it a little bigger.
It's not slow though. Look at that.
No, it's not.
It's holding a Mark II Cortina. So the Mark II Cortina, Lotus Cortina GTS, the same engine as the Mark I, but it's got better suspension, and he's doing a good job there. Those minis are having a good battle. They've not been. You couldn't get a fag paper over those guys. They're really, really every lap, wheel to wheel. Wonderful, wonderful sight.
You know, I bet when these cars were first designed in the Midlands, they ever thought they'd be racing in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely.
At Laguna Seca
no,
in the UK.
Exactly. I think the designers in period were surprised when they went racing, but it was the old adage, race on Sunday, sell on Monday,
exactly.
so especially production cars.
No question.
Oh, there's someone going slow there.
It's busy out there, isn't it?
It is, very.
So, the pit window fastly approaching.
Yep. Oh.
Oh, no! Little spin up. One of the minis going round, one of the Alphas avoiding him, and I think that could be a puncture for left front puncture for the Mini.
It does look that way, doesn't it?
And he's still stalled. He hasn't moved yet. Well, that's bad news because that's going to cause a caution. Luckily, everybody avoided him. Through goes the 18. That's Carl Breslow into Andretti. Just gets overtaken by Chet Taylor, who's dropped right back. Is that Chet Taylor? Or a 217s? Yeah, it is Chet Taylor.
Yep, he is dropped back. There was a car slow on the last lap. Looked like it had some sort of technical issue. So Button just consolidating now and settling into a rhythm. And I guess when Jenson gets into a rhythm, he's going to take some beating.
Yeah, I guess what his plan was to be the hare and try to give his teammate.
Pat Long in the number one there.
There he is.
Yeah.
Oh, there's your taxi. Yes, I see what you mean now. Does look like an Italian taxi, doesn't it?
Taxis and police cars.
Yeah. And we do have a four-course yellow now. So I think that is for what we saw at turn 11.
He's still there.
He's still there, okay. Looking out the window. Thank you, Andy. And away goes the truck to come on track. So we've got a full caution. Now, tactically, how does this go? Because Button's been putting the work in to create, a 5-second lead, and that's going to come to naught. I think that's a puncher on the left, you know.
And it'll be interesting if they put a safety...
Or it could be suspension, that's why he's not moving.
It could be. Those rear subframes on those minis, especially when they're put under stress, can get a little bit weak.
Well, I'm just thinking if it was just a puncher, he might be able to just drive it forward, because he's right there by the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a shadow, or is it liquid? Maybe a shadow.
I think that's a shadow.
Yeah, he's not moving.
It's a shame. What a shame.
So Jenson...
Now, 10 minutes till the pit window opens, but everything that Jenson's been putting to the metal is going to come to naught because he's going to give Fawaz not much of a lead by the time it gets going again.
Well, it depends if they put the safety car out, or the pace car as you call it here.
Yep.
That will bunch the field, but if they continue under yellow,
as
long as they don't pass. Oh, there we go. We've got a pace car.
Okay.
So you were right. Jenson's all of Jenson's work has gone to nothing.
And Milne will be, clapping his hands now, going right. Let's do this.
He will, and they've had quite a few laps now, so the tyres will be very warm and starting to lose their edge. I wouldn't bet against Jenson on a restart, though.
Nope.
Tactically, maybe they leave him in longer now. Who knows if he can build that gap again.
We'll be working with Jenson in a couple of weeks. When I say working, I'll be in the booth. He'll be in the World Championship, that is the World Endurance Championship, on Labor Day weekend at Kota.
Remarkable, really, isn't it?
It is incredible.
Here he is in a totally analog car on skinny wheels, made it 50 years ago, 60 years ago, and then he's going to be in what is allegedly
state of the art.
Apparently, they're more internally in terms of the controls and telemetry, they're more developed than Formula One.
Yeah, they are.
And there he is blasting around in a full works Cadillac.
Amazing. Amazing, absolutely amazing.
And still competitive, but retiring at the end of this year.
Yes, that's right. I guess, I presume, to do more of this or just do less professional work?
He allegedly is going to do more. We had a lovely talk from him today as our Grand Marshal, of course, this year. He gave a lovely
Rolex ambassador?
Yep, Rolex ambassador. He gave a lovely speech at lunchtime up in the 57 Club. And he's definitely doing more. He's keen to do more. And gonna get out there and buying more cars, I think.
What is he, mid-40s now?
45.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's only a year older than Alonso.
Yeah, there you go.
Which is pretty remarkable when you think about it, for Alonso.
It's funny to listen to him saying that, because when you go into Formula One at an age, and you come out at the same age in terms of not knowing how to do anything, because when you drive in Formula One, they do everything for you.
Yeah.
So he said when he met his wife, she couldn't believe he didn't know how to turn a phone on. He couldn't book a flight. He didn't. He didn't know how. He didn't. You know, it's quite comical. And he said, you know, I had to learn so fast after coming out of Formula One that there's a world out there, and you don't have
a world out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel for guys. You know, I think of Logan Sargent, who's thought he was turning away from motor racing, but he's going to stick. He's going to get back involved. But you know, what do? You've dedicated your whole life, and then you're just not there. And the same too of Jack Doohan. I mean, you know, do we just discard them and that's it? When they're brilliant at what they do.
They are. It's a cool sport, and I'm glad to hear that. I didn't know that Logan was coming in. I know he said he was going to walk away. It's good that he's coming back, and he had a hard time in F1. It's not an easy environment, and perhaps less easy than it's ever been before.
Yeah, I know Franco Colapinto coming up through the ranks as a junior driver, and lovely kid. And you know, you think it's all there on a plate, and he gets the chance, makes the opportunity. Same for Liam Lawson. It's tough,
very tough,
and it's got tougher actually.
I think so. I think it's much harder. There's an interesting car. The 5 mentioned that.
No, we haven't yet. No.
So that's interesting that the pace car has caught that car.
Well, we should be going green, so it's going to get quite tasty in a minute because we're getting closer to the window. Milne's going to have another crack at Jenson Button.
Yep, here we come. Pace car's in.
Stuart Milne then. Richard Stuart Milne chasing Jenson Button as we will see the green flag. There it is. It waves. And they've got quite a gap already.
That was interesting. So
wasn't that weird?
Yeah, well, the pace car's pace was such that more than half the field couldn't keep up. Kind of interesting.
That is interesting. But it's certainly given the Alphas their chance to race each other again. Jenson goes back into the lead, but almost loses it on the exit of Andretti. I say almost loses it. He won't forgive me for that.
Now, Stuart Milne is definitely not giving up on this one, is he? Jenson's had mirrors full of that Alpha all race.
Headed towards 5.
So lap time's going down a bit as they cleaned up the oil mess from the last race.
It's amazing how these production cars really are or can become good race cars, fun race cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And normally it was close wheel-to-wheel racing, as it is today in the British Touring Car Championship.
Sure.
They knock hell out of each other on the track. It's incredible.
Here comes Milne again for another look at the inside, but doesn't do it here at the corkscrew.
That was interesting watching them line abreast into 6 with the brake lights and how late Jenson's braking. That's quite something.
Yep.
That's brave in there.
And into 10, and look how he just makes those little deft touches that only he could do. I've often thought, you know, when he gets back in that Cadillac, the size of the wheel is basically a Formula One wheel, so it must be very hard going from a massive wheel that you're wielding to a tiny wheel with all those buttons on.
And the speed differential.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. When you know, here, this must be almost relaxing. Because he's got a lot of time to think, but in an F1 car or one of these new LMP hybrids, things come at you so quick, it's hard to keep up with the car.
Now, 38 minutes. As the clock ticks down as we get closer to the pit window opening. I'll rely on you to let me know when
I shall have a
exactly they
look.
start doing it.
No one out there yet.
Mills just done his best lap time, a 1:47.1, but Jenson's best is a 46.3, and he's showing it now. He's trying to rebuild that 5-second lead he had, and he's putting some nice corners together to do just that.
Here we go. Here's those brake lights again into 6. This is arguably the bravest corner on the track. Blind in, very fast. Oh, we lost it. We didn't see the rear view. Three-wheeling through there, Richard Stewart Mill. There's that line again.
Yeah.
But
Well, if you can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, but look at Jenson. Yeah, he's learned that lesson.
Yeah, why not? If you can learn some tips off a Formula One guy, why not take them? Through Rainey they come then, and the gap starting to build now as Jenson Button. Just a delight to have him, and this is the essence of Rolex and the reunion, is to invite greats to the race. He owns a Fangio car, a C-type Jaguar, and of course Fangio, a guest here at the reunion some many years ago.
Yeah, yes it was. We've had basically all of them over the years. It's been incredible.
Yeah, and we've been... Look at the 51. That's our first glance at this car. As the light is fading, the lights are coming on. Not just to warn people that you want to come through, but also because of the light, it's getting a bit dusky.
Oh, the Anglia's getting a push start. Oh, come on. Maybe not. Get going, and away it goes.
Comes the Falcon down the corkscrew. 30 minutes left in this race, and I think we're going to have quite a tight run between these pros as they change the order and change the face of this race. Greg Wald just his fastest lap, a 1:47.9, which is very good indeed. Given Button's the fastest man out there on 1:46.1. So plenty of action now in the...
Smiling and having enjoyed himself.
Yeah, I'm sure they've spent a fair few hours together. Dario gets the accolades, but who knows? Racing
Yeah,
car.
absolutely. Very solid sports car driver in his day. Some great wins in America under his belt. It's hard living in someone else's show.